How was your day, Holly?
Who's up, Ray? How's yours?
Well, let's see. I slept for most of the day, but I was up all night. My hours get reversed, especially when I do this online thing. Um, I find that people have more free time in the evenings, and so because of that, they end up spending more time online at night, and then we end up keeping each other up. I also have some friends from like Australia, and so I'm up very late with them, and then normally about like
Okay, yeah, time zone.
exactly normally about 10 in the morning Pacific, it starts to slow down, and then I go to bed, and then I wake up at like 7 or 8 at night, and then just keep doing the whole thing. So I just started. I've got my Twitter space still going. I'm on day 5 of video Twitter spaces, which is good. I've got some people in a cryptocurrency community that I've been a part of for a year and a half, and they've been giving me shout outs in some other Twitter spaces, which gets people in there. And I've just kind of just living my life. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Well, I kind of not nothing much really. I kind of gave myself an extra 7 days between a certain type of medication that impacts fertility, and I decided just to go to what I was going to go to anyways, which is back on the birth control, and delay any type of reproductive or hookups or anything emotional or petri dishes for another couple years to help me get myself more financially stable and the economy might be better,
Absolutely, it's a smart.
So I'm going to delay that further.
It's a smart move.
And yeah, and so in the meantime, I would like to attempt to be a ninja and get my ass back to work and pursue something in the more advancements in technology and things of that nature. And I do realize that there's this opportunity with the guide companions. Like there's a lot of people working on that. With the robots that are companions, and it seems far fetched. It seems like they're working on it, and it might be an industry I might want to hop on the train for. That there's a lot of pushback for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's supposed to, be to be human relationships, but those already have their own issues, right? Everybody's seeking an alternative, right?
Right.
So
Well,
I'm looking into that a little bit.
do you have your resume ready for that?
For my resume,
Yeah.
I could probably get into at least the customer service aspects with it.
Okay.
Maybe use some portions of the MBA, you know.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, you're very well educated. Um, so I find that it's helpful. I believe it or not, before I did this, I'm a certified project management professional. I launch apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've also had contracts with Fortune 500s, and um, my resume is pretty strong. And so, but I always knew it could be stronger, and so I would. But this was before ChatGPT was a thing. But I would go through and get keywords, and now with ChatGPT, it's really easy to do. Have you taken your resume and put it through ChatGPT?
I have not.
Oh, it's amazing to do. You will be, you will have your mind blown.
Right now, just to find a regular 9 to 5 type thing for basic income. So what I typically do is leave off some of my degrees because in entry level positions they'll consider you overqualified or a
Absolutely.
threat to management. So
Absolutely.
I have learned that's a tactic. If you put all your degrees on there, you'll look overqualified for the entry level positions. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's actually something to downgrade your resume than create it, even though it's like it's just an MBA, right?
Right. Well,
not like a PhD or anything, but
yeah, but even so I think it's a smart move to perhaps leave off some of your education, but to use keywords for customer service roles, so that like when these algorithms are searching through their thousands of positions, yours shows up more often than not because you've got all of those keywords for which they're looking. So like you
Work from home, customer service, tech support, yeah.
yeah, but like some
More advanced keywords, like if there's
yeah,
secret keywords, ChatGPT knows.
absolutely. So I'll review some of them with you, and you'd be like, yeah, I guess that's right. Okay, here we go. Yo, dog, can you please provide me with a list of 50 customer service oriented keywords for a resume that would be beneficial to landing a relevant position? All right. So, customer engagement, client relations, communication skills, problem solving, active listening, conflict resolution, empathy, team collaboration, product knowledge, troubleshooting, customer support, sales assistance, multitasking, service excellence, client retention, relationship building, time management, upselling, cross-selling, customer feedback, service recovery, positive attitude, client satisfaction, technical support, issue resolution, brand representation, call center experience, professionalism, inquiry handling, order management, CRM, software proficiency, escalation management, quality assurance, follow-up, customer advocacy, inventory management, product recommendations, service coordination, adaptability, conflict mediation, data entry, customer onboarding, bilingual communication, scheduling, complaint handling, training and development, client consultation, payment processing, service level agreements, remote support. Now, I understand not all of those are relevant, or not. You don't necessarily don't want to be selling things, but a bunch of those are good. Um, you know,
Yeah.
so
Customer advocacy is one I don't hear very much of. But that rings that hits some like not activism but advocacy, customer advocacy, because basically like there's a lot of issues with customers and their grievances and how it never goes up to the chain of command to make anything better.
right,
You know what I mean?
yes,
Um, I actually like that idea. Like in the medical industry, there's advocacy, or like even in legal aid, you can still get represented even if you're not like a high-paying customer. You know what I mean?
absolutely,
Representation for the little man.
absolutely.
That's
So
pretty neat.
yeah, and so generally, like you have what your experience is, and then within your experience, you can put these keywords. So instead of saying like I helped customers, you can say I helped customers with onboarding, or I helped troubleshoot customer inquiries. And so when the AI on the other end, the algorithm is just reading through all these 10,000 resumes, and they all sound like plain Jane kind of resumes. Yours are the one that has all of the keywords that they're looking for, and then that goes in the hiring manager's queue, and the hiring manager usually reaches out, connects with you for an interview.
Most of these jobs, the hiring manager is an AI.
But I mean,
At least that's what I read.
at a certain
Like
point,
AIs are taking over. You know.
yeah, but at a certain point, you're going to have a position, you're going to have an interview with a hiring manager, a real person, who's going to say, hey, we want to interview you for a remote position on, you know, February 25th at 9 a.m. Are you available at this time? They're going to send you an email. And then you will have that. Maybe it'll be a Zoom meeting, maybe it'll be over the phone. But um, then, I mean, that's the person who I'm asking. Does that make sense? Unless you're saying that they're
I'm familiar with the job.
Okay.
The job industry. I'm very.
Unless you're saying like
I've had at least like 38 jobs over the course of my life.
Oh wow.
The majority of them have been call centers and work from home. I definitely know the job industry. I usually work two at the same time and gone to college at the same time.
Okay,
So I am familiar with those things. It's just I've been out of work for a minute.
Okay, so then you know what to do.
Jump back in.
Yeah, exactly. What I mean, you've gotten 38 jobs. That's a lot of jobs to be able to have gotten. So you are very hireable, and
It seems like I'm unstable, but
I don't think that.
it is difficult. must be unstable though because any job you can choose different ones that matter, like care or tech support or emergency services and things like that. I'll pick and choose certain ones depending upon the companies. Like my last one was just Apple. That was the COVID thing. So
Okay. Well, um, then do you use like LinkedIn and
I
Indeed?
wanted to do something for myself, but yeah,
Sure. How do you find these positions? LinkedIn, Indeed,
I had to
ZipRecruiter?
figure that out.
Okay. All right. Well,
Indeed was my go-to for a long time, and it still kind of is. Like we have a state representative, like Pennsylvania career link. You know, like it's a state represented thing, and they have absolutely nothing on there. You know, but yeah,
okay.
usually I use Indeed. Prior to that, it was Monster and Career Builder, and you would put your resume in those little things, and lots of scams and that stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Um, ZipRecruiter's another good one. I'm sure you know. LinkedIn. That's how I got my most recent contract. Um, if you want to go that route, and I found it to be much more professional, far less scams. Um, if you want to go that route, and I mean, it's up to you and what you can do. But I I find that LinkedIn has, I mean, it has a lot of applicants too, but they have a lot of recruiters on it, and it's I've been on the other side. I've hired a lot. I've hired hundreds of people in my life for different positions and different roles, and so I've seen what the hiring end of like ZipRecruiter and Indeed and all of those look like, and there are just so many people who apply for positions. If you put out one position, you're going to get 100, if not 1,000 different people, and it just becomes overwhelming at a certain point. But on LinkedIn, I found that it wasn't as overwhelming, and plus it put like a name with a face, and you could see their connections and all of that. So I don't know if you've ever explored LinkedIn, but that's a good one too. So, but you know what to do. Anybody who's
Well, with LinkedIn, yeah, I do. With LinkedIn, it kind of seems like they're like, or they kind of sense maybe the industry that I'm looking for.
okay, yeah, I mean, a lot of times it's for perhaps like
You know what I mean? It's maybe who you can like connect with.
there's that.
Like it feels like a different culture. Yeah, it's got a high, high club or something. You know what I mean? Like who you know.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like it's based on they look at that. Um, it doesn't hurt. I mean, I don't want you to have to pay for anything, but there are two things that I did with LinkedIn that I think helped me a lot. I mean, I got a job with LinkedIn just like right, and I was really shocked how quickly it happened. Um, two things that I did is I think I bought LinkedIn Premium for 1 month. I think it was free, but I did like have to put in my debit card or whatever. But I did get it for 1 month for free just to see what it would be like and see. And it does like kind of um, raise your I think it's your visibility. So I mean that helps. And then the other thing I think I did, I may not have it. I can't really recall, but I think I bought like 300 connections or something like that. Just it wasn't very expensive. It was like $50 or something, which um, made it so it just didn't go on there with like no one. Because like honestly, like I had Facebook connections and all these other connections, but LinkedIn wasn't one that I was really doing. But it made it look like I had more connections in some industries than others. I had some, but not like some of these people have thousands and they make LinkedIn their whole life. So there's that. And then um, you know, I would get calls all day long from recruiters, and I'm sure you'll get the same thing. So you're gonna go back in the swing of things, and you were going through some medical things. Is that tough on your body?
I've been actually trying, and huh?
Oh, go ahead. You were trying.
Yeah, I've actually been trying to get back into swimming things.
Okay.
I tried since 2022. To be honest, and it seemed like the working on jobs just weren't there or weren't looking for me, or maybe I had some sort of weird like flag on me to where nobody's hiring me. Like callbacks and things like that. It's just it feels like crickets. It's just weird. It's either that or I'll get so far and then like a different requirement or then needed or something. And like one job you'll start, it's like they send out the computer but it doesn't get to you. Like it's scammy, or like the hiring process, you start all your paperwork and then it goes away, but you know they're a legit company. You know what I mean? So it kind of feels like just dead ends. And like locally where I'm at right now, there's like absolutely nothing. It's like an old miners town and there's nothing here but like Sheets and Wendy's and they're not hiring, you know?
Okay.
So
Okay. Well, then,
it's really
then the remote route is the way to go. I know those are more difficult jobs to get. The last job that I had was remote, and I think it probably had 10 times the amount of um, applications just because you can do it anywhere, and that means it's going to be tougher and tougher to get. Now, I can teach you how to do this if you want, if it's of interest to you. To me, when it's about
my first
wait, but
with
let,
with the
let me
work at home stuff, I did customer service like back in 2012 working from home.
let me
You
explain.
know, I do know how to work from home. I've done it.
I understand, but it's boring sitting there hitting apply, apply, apply. So what I was gonna say is I can teach you.
Oh, you mean that?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to teach you. If you want it, this is just up to you. There are. So you have an Android device, correct? You said you have like a Google device, like a phone. Your phone is Android, right? How, like you have an Android device. Your phone is like a Google phone, right?
Yeah, everything's doable.
Okay. So what you can do is they have auto clickers that you can put on your phone that basically will automatically apply for jobs for you if you want. What happens is it becomes like a quality versus quantity thing, and you can apply for 5 quality jobs, but perhaps not get called back. Or you could apply for 100 quantity jobs, and you'll get called back on 7 of them. Now, I understand that some are scammy, but all you need is one. And so if you're interested, I can certainly help you with that. And it's boring sitting there hitting apply, 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 apply every single time. Or at least I found it boring. But there are ways to make it easier with auto clickers, basically. You can use technology to your own advantage. But I understand, probably just starting out, you're going to want to read through and make sure it's the right fit for you. At certain points, I got sick of that, and I just was like, you know what, I'm gonna just keep hitting apply for anything, and I'll contemplate anything that anybody calls me about. So now you have a degree in sports management. Is that some? But it's hard to do sports management probably remotely, right? Is that correct?
Virtual platforms. It's just virtual platforms in the arenas or at a gym or conducting yourself in like media maybe. And it's just it's hard to do without the politics or being a school guru who, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
With the diet pads and things like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of difficult to actually navigate because the industry is loaded.
Right, and you've got a lot of former athletes probably who are gunning for those positions who already have the connections. Yeah.
It's also a beauty pageant.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
popularity behind
Exactly. Yeah, you're 100% right. Um, okay, well, and then your undergrad, if I may ask, what was that in?
that was the undergrad.
Oh, so you were sports management undergrad?
MBA executive.
Oh, and oh wow, okay, very well.
Yeah.
All right. Um. Then. Okay. Well.
Sports management was a bachelor's. So and it's a bachelor's in science. It's actually like fitness and health. So could be a personal trainer.
Okay. Is that something that's of interest to you?
Podcast the whole personal training thing.
Okay.
I pursued personal training, but I have my own dietary issues
Okay.
to where I can't keep up with the calories I put in. So yeah.
Okay.
I would more so try to be a yogi. You know what I mean? So,
Absolutely. Are you quite flexible?
you see what I mean? Like I'm just scattered with almost too many options, and I can't concentrate on one. So just kind of just stuck with customer service, and now that's gone. It feels like it's either AI or just everybody has to go to call centers now. So it just kind of feels like I've been trying to do gig work, figure something out on the side. But yeah,
You just want like a
we just I'm fixing all my problems. You know what I mean?
yeah, but you just want a
I
basic.
actually use this opportunity to make some like, and I just I did. I'm gonna put it off.
I've got you. You just want a basic $15, $20 an hour job, right?
I could do. Like I was pushing almost 13 an apple, and
Okay.
that's really good for Pennsylvania.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. So um, many. Okay. So really, even you're willing to negotiate less than that as well. So that's good. So it's not like you're saying like I have to make a certain amount. No, you're willing to pay whatever they're willing to pay. Essentially, you just want the position.
Yeah. I haven't been like some picky.
Right. Um, you're okay. Well, um, I mean, as you know, it's just about, and I know it's just work, but basically, like getting your resume together, getting the cover letter together. Now, here's a good one. Can you repeat that? Javi, can you repeat that? Boy, boy, you're tough on my end. I don't. I know other people have said that they have trouble hearing you. It could be Discord. Um, if you want, we can talk in Twitter Spaces too. I have that. I'm open to that if that's easier. Um, okay, can you repeat what you had said? Can you hear me? Ali, I don't know if you're there, if you can hear me. You may be having some technical issues. If you couldn't hear me before, I'm open. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Well, that happens. Hey, how are you? Can you hear me? Hey, Holly.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, you're way clearer now.
Yeah, I rebooted.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Just the Discord portion.
Hey, I saw you had a space going as well, correct?
Yeah, I rebooted that as well. I just have it open just for the heck of it because it's been officially 3 months since my first X stream, and I just kind of I was in a different place at that time in my head. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
was my birthday, so it's been 3 months. So I just kind of might be my last one on that account anyway.
Why is that?
Um, I'm kind of thinking that I want to start my own things, like on my own channels. And I know, like, if you use a different email and you don't put your real name, and even if you use a different phone number, they can still kind of like employers can find you and discriminate against you. Whether or not they do, I'm unsure. But I kind of think that might be part of my problem. Is maybe things that I used to get into um, obstructing like my resumes or something, even though it wasn't attached to my real name. You know what I mean? Like almost like I feel like I've been just like flagged or something.
Okay. If I may
Now
ask,
I don't know how big that is, and it sounds like a conspiracy, but it's possible, right?
no, certainly. So you're saying that you think that your ex account could have perhaps been linked to this?
Facebook, even it's probably more Facebook than Twitter that I was active on.
Okay.
Um, like I have gotten into like shady things, like just researching different sides of the political polarized issues, like backdooring Obama and things of that nature, where things were pretty tense racially, as well as the transhumanism and things of that nature. So I almost feel as if like I've been branded um, both on both sides of the table. Like I ticked off both political parties is how I kind of feel. And it almost seems like maybe even during COVID, I took a different approach than both the left and the right. The whole vaccine debate, and you probably did as well, maybe.
Probably.
It almost feels like I don't know how far that discrimination can go, or if it's just certain companies that actually look into your social media. You know what I mean? Almost like they comb through your life or something.
They
And
do
it
that.
would be for entry level positions, so I
Right.
don't see how that could be an issue, right?
Yeah.
But like Europe right now is censoring the heck out of everybody. So I just don't know how realistic that is at the moment. You know,
Yeah.
it has been.
I gotcha. Okay. Well.
It just be bad luck.
Okay. I
So
gotcha.
yeah.
Do you find that you get many people in your Twitter spaces?
The most I probably had maybe like 15 people at most when I first started out during the holidays.
That's
And
good.
I think that was mostly because at the time I seemed to be a single, open-minded, open to relationship type female. And I was also talking about like transhumanists and shit and things like that. But other than that, no, not that big.
I agree. Um, really, you're probably like 10% of Twitter, Twitter Spaces, at least being the female, and so you're gonna get probably men who are just people in there who want to talk, but then men in there who want to date you or court you or whatever. So you probably are right when it comes to that. Um, I noticed that you do like night spaces.
Yeah, I made some connections with some gentlemen thinking they were friends, but
They want to take it further.
well, it seems like they do, or they get they start getting possessive or blocky with one another.
Yeah.
They start doing the same things as like being friend zoned and being angry about it. And like there was only one person I was actually ever interested in dating there. and I think they're unavailable or not interested, which is okay. It's just continuing that is kind of I don't know, it's awkward
Yeah, well, and
now.
I've heard this before from women, particularly, especially if they're space hosts. They'll be hosting a space, and they'll have like two guys or three guys who crush on them or whatever, and are always there and like really diligent about it. And then they start, like you said, cock blocking each other, essentially putting each other down or trying to be your favorite, or and those kind of things. And it's like you
Mhm.
guys are thousands of miles away from each other. It's not very realistic. Maybe, but I mean, most of the time it's just like be nice to people, be their friend, and if they need anything, you can be there for them, but you don't have to be obsessed with them.
Right, yeah.
I think that your approach is good. I mean, well, when I saw it, I saw. Let me tell you, like I just saw that you were doing it again. So when I typed in the word open. Well, firstly, do you know about spacesdashboard.com?
This dashboard.
Okay, so please do this if you can. Go on your computer or on your phone and type in spacesdashboard.com. It's not affiliated with X or Twitter, but it shows you all of the spaces that are going on right now, and it has a search function, and it's really, really convenient.
Okay. What do you want me to do there? I'm probably showing up and nobody's in there. I know nobody's in there.
Yeah,
I'm looking at
but
it. Okay.
that's fine. But it allows you to see all of the um, in every language, all of the Twitter spaces that are currently happening. Like normally, when you look on your phone, it'll just show you like 40 of them. But they're really in English like 250 going on. So there are a lot more on there that you don't know about. That's what I'm trying to tell
Yeah, because it's usually based on like the ones we usually see is the ecosystem that we have in our friends list, and who's listening to what if they have that public.
you. That's
So
true.
I do recognize that. I have seen that. Yeah,
Um,
there's ways to look at live and spaces to navigate to other spaces and see what's in there, like what's going on out there.
that's true.
I do that. I do that sometimes,
Do you have a
and I
search?
was doing that when I first when I wasn't doing that for a little while, and I would jump into spaces, and it just seems like I kept finding myself in uninviting spaces where the topic was different from what they were really talking about in the headline. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things like that.
Exactly. Um, do you ever do karaoke spaces?
No.
Okay. Do you ever do trivia spaces?
Um, I I listened to one space, but I have not participated.
That's okay. Um, so you have an Android device, which means I don't think you have the search function of spaces. Like there isn't a search bar for spaces, is there, on your phone? It just
Well,
shows.
I'm on Chrome OS.
Right. Which
I'm
would.
not using a phone right now. I'm on Chrome OS.
Okay, so are you on like a Chromebook?
It's like a Chromebook. It's called a Chromebox.
Okay.
So it's Chrome OS, but it's like a box. It's better than it has more RAM and all that than a laptop.
Okay.
You need an external display.
Oh, okay. Um. All right. Even still, so then you're looking at it on website, right? You're on Chrome on a website.
Yeah, I can see it. I can actually see it now. It's spaces.com. It does look for the what Twitter has to offer
Exactly.
in their search function.
Exactly. And some of the cool things that it has, it tells you how.
Like culture and so go ahead.
Exactly. So, and then it has a search function too. So the way that I found you it was through regular Twitter, but I just typed in, I think probably open mic, and I saw that you were in there. And usually when people have open mics, I feel like they're more open-minded individuals because they know anything can happen, and so they, I saw and I was able to tell you about my project, and I've done that for other people as well. And I think that that's a very smart thing that you do. Um, and um, I know when I came in there, you were like, I didn't even, I just started this. I hadn't even, you were doing something else or perhaps or whatever. But I think that what you're doing is exactly right. Like, I wanted you to know that what you have. Oh, I know. One thing that's confusing though, and like people can critique me all the way too, is has. I know your that's your initials. Is that why you have has open mic?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It
And
was
then,
like a hub dancing. Like,
yeah, exactly. No, that's perfectly fine. Okay, that's why I wondered what that was. Okay, and then all nighter to not miss appointment. You mean you just? What does it mean to not miss appointment?
oversleep. It's just like for my own ecosystem
Okay. Um.
that I have in this and not like I actually updated that so it should actually be organized. And I'll change it sometimes. Like I know nobody's awake or even interested. I kind of just have it open and have it open. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, I'm the same way.
So it's like, yeah.
I do find it. People are just more open. I feel in the middle of the night because there's not such a demand for people's attention. So that's why I like doing the night ones. Um, I don't know. I'm a night person too, especially with how my sleep schedule gets. Like if you, I'm in these, I do a lot of crypto spaces. I talk in a lot of crypto spaces, and those ones have like thousands of people in them, and you have to be like really brief and to the point, or they're gonna put you down to listener or whatever. Just people aren't as open as they are, I would say, during the night. So that's kind of why I have uh, moved more towards the night, but I still do the day ones. Um, like over the course, if I may ask, of like, how long do you do a Twitter space for, generally?
The longest I've done is over 24 hours.
Okay, that's very good. That's really
But
good.
usually, like, I'll keep them going for how many hours? Like, it's usually once I say I'm about to end this, people start coming in,
Yeah,
and
isn't
then
that
like it turns into like 5 hours later.
right?
So you know what I mean? Like, I'll keep it going for like an hour and say, okay, I'm gonna end this, and then like for some reason Twitter just throws in somebody, you know. So
Yeah.
and then one turns into a couple, you know. So yeah.
And you said you changed the name on yours from Has Open Mic All Nighter to Not
I
Miss a
will,
Thing.
yeah.
Oh, you will. Okay. Um, yeah, I I'm in agreement with you on that. It's kind of one of those things where you won't get anybody. I kind of see it like fishing, like in a good way. Like when you go fishing, or if you've ever gone fishing or seen people fish, you're waiting, and it's just kind of boring. And then all of a sudden you get somebody, and it's like they're really interesting, and then you get a couple of people in there, and then you have a nice little community that you've built, and it's just about patience, I guess. Um, but yeah, I mean, I do everything I can to kind of. Uh, get as many advantages on Twitter Spaces as I can. So I have a bunch of devices that I put into my own space that they're all my own devices, but they make it look like I've got more people talking in there than I normally do. But it's really kind of what you said. It's, it's about the connections that you have. So and because like I have lost so many different Twitter accounts. I like when I would first do this with like my big Twitter account that had 10,000 people, or even another Twitter account that had like 3,000 people. When you host a space, people come in because they know you and all of those things. But when you're doing it with a brand new account, it's very very difficult. And so I know it's a uphill climb. I currently am in day 5 of 24/7 video spaces, and I get a lot of nice people in there. I also get a lot of people who like to troll me, and that's their prerogative. I get that too. Um, I kind of have a mentality to kill them with kindness. So when people are mean to me, I just do my best to be really, really like extra nice to them.
I
And
have that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time today. I today I found that my communication network of human body, right? Interesting on this one like this sort of right? The internet actually post as fear mongering. Easy communication with themselves, but they're posting it as fear mongering and not necessarily celebrating the new invention.
Okay.
Because there's like patents and things on stuff like MIT and such.
Yeah.
Fear mongering with it, and I didn't realize this. So I some of the of whoever was following that page, and it reposting my reply and then saying that I'm not having an adult conversation because now I blocked them because anything that they say back to me was just like more so like fallacy.
Right.
And then like putting words and things like that, just immature stuff.
And that can happen, certainly.
And I grew up in the year.
Do you like to play games?
Not really. To be honest, not really.
Okay.
I like the concept of gaming like or in training and doing like gaming. I love the community and all that stuff. When I'm spending hours navigating a world that doesn't exist.
I'm with you on that.
The world, I just have.
I'm with you on that. Okay. So
Really good storylines, though.
I'm in agreement with you. I can't even get into really serious games, like really serious games. I can't, just because I don't want to immerse myself in that world. I'll play simple mini games. I'll play chess and things like that. Some of these serious games that people, you need a lot of RAM to be able to play all that. I don't want to dedicate a computer to doing all that. Okay, so I find that you should just really know. I think that you have a very open space, like for someone to just come in and talk with you. And so, and I get what you're saying, that when you say, oh, well, I'm going to stop the space any time now, then you get a bunch of people in there. Do you find that you make friends on Twitter? I don't know if you heard me. Do you find that you can make a lot of friends? Oh, go ahead. Boy, Holly, I'm having trouble hearing. Is there any way you can close that Space's dashboard, and so that the only thing you have open is Discord?
Very easy to see both. And
I don't know if you heard me, Holly. I'm having a really hard time hearing you. Aside from Twitter and Discord, is there any way you can close the other applications you have going?
use against you later. I think there's a lot of deception and right
I am in agreement with you on that. Um, let me see if I can join your Twitter space and hear you in a minute.
I'll look at it. Deja, one of my other friends. I think it is Discord. Discord is name.
No, it's not. Discord is notoriously very heavy. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go into your Twitter space, and if you want, you can close Discord, and I can listen to you in your Twitter space. That'll free up some RAM for you. Here, I'll talk in your Twitter space. Hi, can you hear me?
I got a green X. I'm not actually in there yet.
Oh, okay.
Well, gotta reconnect.
That's okay. Yes, I can hear you. Okay, can you repeat what you had just been saying because I could not hear you?
Basically, the people on X, the human behavior is a drive for people to meet somebody new, so they can decide whether or not they're their enemy or friend, or if they can like get something out of you, right?
Right.
So it's kind of like, what are they getting out of me? Most of the individuals are not interested in transhumanism the way like you and I are. Or I assume you are, you know what I mean? At least
Right.
you say you are.
Yeah.
Because some people pretend like they are, and they are actually scared to death of it, or looking for a way to undermine every argument. And some of the individuals seem like they were crushing on me or interested in me, but at the same time, like undermining every single thing that I would bring up in terms of transhumanist or science and technology, as if it's not a foundational like religion to me. And it is. So if you
Same.
reject my religion, you're rejecting me. You don't like me, you like the idea of me and conquering my ideas. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And they couldn't really understand this.
Okay,
So
that makes sense, and I can hear you so much better. Okay, so yeah, I mean, basically, I can see the guys are going to come in and they're going to be like, oh, here's a young single female. She seems like a good mate. Maybe I don't 100% agree with all of her beliefs, but I'll play along and see if I can convert her to my side. And yeah, I think that's probably.
For about 3 months, but I was interested in somebody that I thought was on the same page with me on many of these things.
Yeah.
And I still talk to them, you know what I mean? Even though like it may not turn into anything like that, you know, and that's fine. But it's just like I at least found somebody, you know what I mean?
Well, that's
that
good.
feels like they're genuine, interested in science and technology, and yeah, I do like them. But it turns into the topics that I want to cover are things that people aren't really ready for, and they just want to be opposition for. So I kind of turned it into like a trolley space where, you know, I would talk about fatherhood and what it means for dating. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I just got off to different topics, and I feel like I lost my narrative a little bit. So,
well,
at least that was on my other account. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the things that it seems like you're into are just like about futurism. They're about a betterment of human species through technology, and I don't think that that's anything to be feared. But there are certainly people out there who just the second that firstly they confuse transhumanism with transgenderism, which that's a big one. Like that, I can go into spaces and I'll talk about transhumanism, and they'll be like, "Oh, so you want me to be a girl?" And it's like, no, it has nothing to do with that, really. I mean, like that is not even; those are two separate debates or discussions. No, I'm talking about improving your life and not dying. Like we should all be. This should be an important discussion for everyone. And they think like, oh, you just want me to wear a dress. No, no, it has nothing to do with that. But they hear trans, and then they just think automatically like this is the LGBTQ plus discussion, and it's not. It doesn't have really anything or too much to do with that at all. It has to do with living longer, living forever. And I think that that just scares people. I think from a religious standpoint, a lot of people I find on X are perhaps like closed-minded to other religious uh, beliefs, and they, especially other beliefs when it comes to science and technology, and they just feel as if they have to have it their way. And I bet there are people who just want you to be like someone who's not so um, open-minded to these things. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, they want you to be relatable. It scares them when they actually hear somebody that is, like, I'm not rich, I'm not, I'm not, I'm not like a stiff, what do you mean, like stockholder? You know what I mean? I'm not pushing a narrative. I'm not being scammy. I'm not pushing supplements. So when they hear transgender, they think they're not a normal individual. You know what I mean? So I would relate to them on a level where it's like I had income problems, I had these problems, I have relationship issues. So when you relate to them in this imperfect way, and you're still talking about transhumanism, I think that bothers and shakes them into now it's in normal people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes them feel comfort. And I think that bothers them, so they try to almost dehumanize me in such a way or find some sort of like flaw to make it seem like I don't know, I'm mentally ill or something as well. I've had people try to do that already. But yeah, it almost seems like they're attacking the ideologies and the concepts that they already have like a bad assumption of instead of me. So I did take it personally, but I don't take it personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. The the ideas of transhumanism are really, in my opinion, about betterment of your current life with the potential at other lives. And that to me should be relatable to most people. But when they hear that, they automatically start thinking of like end of world scenarios. And I just don't think that that's what they need to be doing. It doesn't really necessarily have to do with that. Uh, People I hear all the time, they talk about 1984. Well, that sounds like 1984. And it's like, actually, people don't know this. It's not really well known, but there's another book not by Orson, not by George Orwell, but by a man named Anthony Burgess who wrote A Clockwork Orange, and it's called 1985. And it's different. It's different than 1984. It actually like gives people a chance after 1984 for like a future, like almost like a utopia. And that's the world that I want to see more so. I mean, it's not a perfect story. There's not. It's not. I would love it to be like flowers and birds and a real utopia kind of a deal. But nevertheless, maybe there's a 1986 that needs to be written. But nevertheless, people hear transhumanism and they think like, oh, you want to put a chip in my body, and it's like, no, I don't want that. In fact, I would be one of the last people that I would want to have that if I had the ability. I mean, I like the autonomy of my own brain, and if anything, if I could like absorb the information without having some kind of device in my brain, then that's more beneficial, I feel, to me than perhaps the idea of, um, you know, a brain computer interface or something like that. But all of these things scare people, and um, I recognize it's new and that it's not really discussed in the mainstream. A lot of people think that it's far fetched. A lot of people also just recognize that, like, hey, I'm never going to be able to afford that, and I understand what people think, but the thing is, if people don't recognize this, if you are on Twitter Spaces, chances are you are part of the 1%. And I mean, even you and I, who perhaps are not of uh, uh, these socioeconomic 1% of the 1% that, the Elon Musk and the Jeff Bezos and the Bill Gateses, according to the United Nations, you just made about $36,000 in assets, essentially, to be considered part of the 1%. And you know, the people on Twitter Spaces who can afford Wi-Fi and they afford either a mortgage or a house or a rent or something. I mean, they're all within the 1%. They just don't recognize it. And this is going to perhaps be technology that's available, perhaps for the top 1%, maybe in the top 20%. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be more affordable. It really shouldn't be that. People think it's going to be super, super expensive. I mean, I don't know how to price it in the future, but it's achievable. It's essentially a scan of your brain, which doesn't necessarily cost anything. If anything that would cost anything, it would be whatever body you put your brain into, like a cyborg or an android or a robot or a clone of yourself, which I understand that could get expensive, but I'm sure that there'll be programs available to make it more affordable for the general public as we move towards that, so that it's not just for 5 or 10 people on the earth. And when people start to recognize that, this may be an opportunity for you, it may be an opportunity for your kids, your grandchildren, and to not be so closed-minded to it. Um, I think that it's just like about education of people. I think in conclusion, when if you're the first person to bring in transhumanism into a discussion with someone, I think of course they're going to be scared of it or closed-minded towards it. But if they've heard it before and they've heard it from a few different sources and they recognize.
I think for me, what they're doing is they see it as a kink, as well as they see it as a female trying to be male or replacement with robots. When I talk of IVF or fertility treatments or artificial wombs, there's pushback in terms of how sacred people are treating each other in relationships or the reproductive thing, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I really concentrated on, because human connectivity and relationships have been a struggle for many people, and it seems like those struggles get passed on to intergenerational issues, and something needs to be done about that. And if we could somehow bring forth maybe a new type of family unit, not forcing people to do it, but at least giving alternative options for that to be possible. I found myself in thought experiments thinking about, well, if I like this person and they're interested in like an AI body or something myself, how would I really feel about that? And I do think like, okay, when you care about someone, you want the best for them, what makes them happy. But if you're not the priority and you're the human or the mother of their child or something, I think there comes with the territory of like, they're not treating themselves as sacred, or if they are, they're not prioritizing me. A digital entity type of thing, like all those things that are probably going to be issues, within the next 5 years or so, probably. If they're not issues already, like I was pre-thinking those things and trying to get ahead of those, you know what I mean? Trying to gauge like the atmosphere. So I do think I attracted some individuals that might be confused or might be a misunderstanding, as well as some sane ones, are kind of like in the middle. But it does trigger the whole insecurities that are already there with feeling the human race is being replaced and
Yes.
nothing is sacred.
Yes.
And things like that.
Yes.
And yeah, I almost feel the same way, but at the same time, it's kind of like we've been doing this for a long time, and it's time for something new, maybe, because obviously we're breaking each other's hearts and souls. We need to do something about that to try to preserve that,
Right.
So I don't know.
Let's talk about this. And I know we can talk about this in a mature fashion. So there are people who are out there who think that perhaps humans will be replaced by like AI bots, or even as it's been called, the sex bot or something like that. And I've done some reading, just some like initial reading on this topic. It's very interesting the way that men are wired. A man's like ideal sex bot or AI bot is something that he can essentially use whenever he wants, and it can provide and apologies that this is a mature way possible, but as best an orgasm as you can experience. But women, on the other hand, want that human connection at least just once with whatever person that they want, and then after that, they will be happy with the sex bot essentially. But men and women are somewhat wired a little differently in that men kind of want that um, idea of they can just get off and have no emotional connection to it, but a woman does have that somewhat of a desire, which I think is a perfectly logical thing. And it's
We need to be in order to try and for our bodies to understand it, to try and replicate it, and our immune systems get comfy with it to grow a new being for them.
yeah,
That's what that is.
I would say that's exactly right. And so there's a but people don't want to have that conversation. They're not mature enough to have that conversation, and
I know.
and they also
Not listened.
yeah, I mean and they also think that I think that there's a fear of a man, like if he's courting a woman, that if she learns to love a machine, that he'll be replaced. And it's not that. It doesn't have to be that. If she can have more enjoyment from a certain machine, and he can have more enjoyment from a certain machine, they can still love each other, which I think is perfectly natural. And it goes back to something that I've mentioned previously in our conversations of the 7 year marriage agreement. Basically, that if we're going to live forever, then we shouldn't necessarily put so much pressure on lifetime contracts because that's really a punishment if you really think about it. If you're supposed to be with someone in 10 million years and you're never able to experience anything aside from them, it's somewhat of a punishment. Though, if you like them enough, keep renewing your contract every 7 years for as long as you want. Um, and it brings into some other things as well that the independence of women that women, especially today, won't necessarily need men in the future if they don't want. I mean, with artificial wombs, with perhaps female sperm, with perhaps surrogacy, and the ability to just raise a child independently if you have the ability. That's I feel is causes fear in many men. Like, hey, well, what's going to happen to me? You're not going to care about me. It's like, no, it doesn't have to be that way at all. You should just recognize that I guess love is evolving and the way that we can love is evolving, and that people who have traditional views can continue to have those. I don't want to force anything on anybody else, but they shouldn't force their views on you. And it seems like people are trying to do
Yeah. It is awkward because of the it's awkward because I don't think people actually think about their preferences until it's too late. Like they can't pre-think, well, I'd be upset about this. You know what I mean?
that, right?
Until they actually do a thought exercise with it. And what actually will be their line in the stand or the deal breaker. And because they don't discuss these things ahead of time, kind of like if you're dating somebody and then you realize, oh, they don't want children at all, you know what I mean? Or they're not interested in BDSM or something, right?
Right.
Instead, people try to get in relationships and try to change them and use that. I guess you don't love me enough or unconditional love to try to mold them into what they want instead of being clear about what they wanted in the first place. And it breaks people. And if you don't feel like if certain men aren't interested in certain types of relationships, why does it seem like they seek out certain types of relationships just to destroy certain types of people? And then women do it too. You know, but it's like for athletes with the men, it's almost like they find these women who want families, and then it turns out that they don't want families and they just want some sort of I guess doll, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's just awkward. Like if you're not looking to be a father, don't please quit advertising yourself as if you want to actually like be that. Because it's obviously not what you want. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
just like they're trying to just lure you in with a hook. And it's facetious. You know.
It is. It's disingenuous. Exactly. It's disingenuous to advertise yourself as someone who wants to be a father, but then either not want to take those responsibilities, or that's not really what you want. You're just putting yourself out there to make it seem like you'll be an attractive mate to people. It's really unfortunate the way that the male mind is wired, that when we have sex and we orgasm, we almost 100% of the time want to move on. It's really sad that it's not like we want to be with that person all the time. I mean, there is that element that we do fall in love and those kinds of things, but there's almost this conquering effect that, okay, now I finished that, now it's moving on to something else. And it's almost like these men will say they want to be a good father and be all these good things. And the thing is, it's opposite with women. When you've shared that, essentially you want to be together and you want to cuddle and do all these other things. And it's not as if men don't do that, but there's something in the male mind. It comes from like our evolution that we want to spread our seed as in as diverse as many women as possible for the um, the protection of our lineage, essentially. And
Even seeking a mate, it's not really about what the woman accomplished or what she's going to maybe give to her egg or teach her offspring. You know what I mean? It's more so just this is just another body to it. And for us, we look at the male and we try to learn everything about them and listen to their concerns and try to almost make them like an extension of our like nervous system, right?
that's a great way to put it.
It is. And it's like the moment we bring it back to I have a need or concern or a sense of self, it's almost like, well, why do you make everything about you? You know what I mean? Like it turns into like some sort of battle of like a sense of self.
Yes.
So why not just give them the box to begin with? They can love us the way we need instead of us putting ourselves in deluded situations and just being shattered.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And it's
That's not the way to love in life. You know what I mean?
exactly. It should be about us. When you're willing to take that plunge with someone and become one, essentially, you are now not just you're not. You shouldn't be selfish. It shouldn't be all about you. You should realize that you've shared yourself with someone else, and that you're now a unit, and that you should care about others. You should ask questions. Worry. I mean, it's almost like when you are willing to have that connection with someone, you are even if there's not a child involved, now you are um, that is an extension of you now, and for as long as you're in a relationship where you care about that person. And many times it's not that way. Men, I feel, want to they talk a big game until the deal is done, and then they run a one way, or play games is another one where there's all this pressure, like about
Find a way to tick off the girl so she helps them.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, and they'll want that. That will be their motivation, and it's sad. Um, I
It's not even that I want to change men or I think they should do this or that. I think it's the illusion that women and society have allowed ourselves to make it a expectation or a natural desire, and it's never been a natural thing. And I think we have to convince ourselves for the safety and security, for the immune system and homeostasis, to be pregnant and have a functional pregnancy, to almost lie to ourselves, to put ourselves in a self-deception that it's possible. And then we force these men that don't want to be in these types of arrangements, and that toxicity ends up, like they present this, and this toxicity actually goes on to the children. And I don't think we should be forcing men to do this. Maybe some of them want to do it, but I don't think the majority of men want to. We need to figure out that family and then women. You know what I mean?
I'm in
I don't
agreement
want
with
to
you.
force somebody into something we have.
I'm in agreement with you. I mean, that's why I'm such an advocate for women and their independence to be able to reproduce at any age that they want. Um, essentially, with with cryonic freezing of eggs, and also to just ensure that they don't have to fight this father time, or however it wants to be described, essentially, um, of their reproductive system. That if you're not in a position where financially you can't do it, or you're not in a relationship that you don't necessarily want to bring up a child, then you should be free. I want to empower women to have freedom to be able to do these things. I honestly think that if we're going to subsidize so many different things in society, that this should be a thing that perhaps we should be able to subsidize as well. Um, and I'm a major advocate. I've known people who have had cryogenic freezing of their eggs because they had careers and they weren't ready to have position, or they weren't in the position where they could reproduce, or they weren't with the right person or whatever, and they've had children later in life, and these are great children and they're totally normal, and they may not have had such great opportunities previously if they would have been forced essentially to be born at a given time. And I just think that at least we as a society should see this as a great gift. Science is a great gift that we have, and that we should be utilizing it. I think that there's a very traditional sense, and I find it a lot on Twitter Spaces in particular, and I'm not exactly sure why it is this way. You had made you had said something previously, like between left and right, and you kind of chose a third type of way, and I find myself doing the same. I mean, at heart, I consider myself a libertarian, that I'm about free um, free will and personal rights, and I don't want necessarily people telling me what to do or what my family to do. And when we're forced to make decisions based on not our own um, not our own choices, I feel that's when you have children out of wedlock, or you have bad relationships, and it even happens where people weaponize children, where a woman, I'm not saying it's just women who do this, men can do this as well.
Yeah, both parties do this.
Exactly, where um, like they'll have a high net worth individual, and someone will see it as um, a, a ticket to the good life. And so maybe they will have had an agreement beforehand, and all of a sudden someone gets pregnant, and it weaponizes the child. No child should have to be brought up because they were uh, basically a weapon against another person. That's not a great way to start living life. And now they're not going to have a father in the relationship, and they'll even have like fathers who openly like say like, I did not want this, and this is not something that is of interest to me. It's really sad. I mean, and then I see the flip side of that as well, in where it becomes too traditional, where there are men who just want this perfect woman who's going to stay at home and raise their children and do all these other things, but like not speak up and not have independent thoughts and not want to have friends. And I think there's that element too, where men want to be too controlling. And I think the solution to these problems is really science and giving people personal freedoms. That's how I feel.
Yeah, and making sure we don't have that expectation in the first place, or figure out what we want and then be properly matched with the people who seem like they can actually fulfill those wants.
That's exactly right. The communication is very important beforehand, and being honest with what people want. If you don't want to be in a relationship and you just want to have a good time, you should be allowed that. But then don't come off like you want to be in a relationship. Don't come off like you want to be a father. Um, if you're going to be serious about these things, and you should also understand that you are taking a risk, and it's such a risk for a woman that men don't contemplate. But really, when a woman gets pregnant, not only is it the physical change in her body and the emotional change in her body upon normal, but there's a major risk at death, and people still don't recognize that people die during childbirth. And so you're basically like, men just it's sad. I mean, I am a man and I have male tendencies, but I have a lot of compassion for women, especially because I see that the way that some men treat women, and I've said it before, I've said it publicly, I've said it in religious um, environments, I've said it in secular environments, that I don't like the way that men treat women, just generally in society. I don't think it's right. I think that I would like to see changes in this. And I know the women with whom I've spoken um, may not always be able to say at that exact moment because of their husbands or something like that, that I agree with you, but that certainly behind closed doors they do. Just, and I just want to see more equality amongst the genders. I think that the traditional uh, two-parent household is a very beneficial thing to society and has been, but I don't think it's necessarily the only way. I like it. I think that it's I think that it's beneficial to people and beneficial in raising children, but I don't think it necessarily has to be that way anymore. Um, I would like it to be. I honestly, I think the way that I would like it in a perfect world is we would be able to only have relationships that are based on people loving each other and without any physical intimacy, pleasure being brought up, and that people only did it for to raise children. I think that's a certain mentality that especially men have on Twitter that that's how it should be, but that's just not reality. And and they'll say that.
It's like they also assume that if a woman is just interested in having kids and they're not wanting to actually incubate and do the more experimental, fun things that a marriage would give. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's almost like you have to, almost like almost like there seems to be some expectation that you're gonna be a cam girl first or something, where you're gonna like pose with like all these anime, sexy, like cam girls, like thirst traps, and what people do on TikTok and Instagram, right?
Right.
It's almost like objectifying the flesh, where it's like, oh, now I gotta pose like that or look like that, and you're trying to undermine my self-image, which that's not gonna work for me. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like trying to make you have lower self-esteem because these women are absolutely gorgeous. Of course they are. They're polished.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That doesn't take away my worth, though. They ain't gonna touch you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Go ahead and whack to it if you want. But
Yeah.
it does turn into like this game of objectification, based upon what a female looks like, what they maybe what things they are willing to do, but doesn't mean they're going to do it with you. You know, so
Right.
it's just like it's weird.
Right. No, you're 100% right, and you bring up a few really good points. And like this has been studied from a psychological standpoint that we're really this generation, perhaps like the previous generation or the next generation, is really has had their brain rewired from social media. And previously, we were basically, I mean, like evolutionarily, we were essentially we just had our community, which at a maximum, I think I've read like there would be maybe 200 people that you would see in your entire life, especially when we were not in urban societies. And then when that changed, that would give you an opportunity to perhaps see different people, see different cultures. But now, with the advent of social media, you might see 10,000 people in a year just because of their faces and all of these things. And it changes what your beauty standards are, it changes the way that people act. And then on top of that, when you add pornography into it and how it rewires the brain, and you think that what certain standards should be of a person, you can really see. I see what celebrities look like in like the 1990s or the 1950s or the 1920s, and I see how beauty standards have changed to now. That like we would say that like uh, like an example that I've seen. During the 1990s, the television show Friends was very popular. And those three girls, like Lisa Kudrow and Courtney Cox and Jennifer Aniston, were seen as like three really beautiful women. And I see people on TikTok and things now saying that they're mid. And it's like, are you serious? You guys are just in another world. Like, you don't understand that that there are beauty standards that people have, and that your beauty standards have essentially been corrupted because, and I think plastic surgery has a lot to do with it as well.
It's like the pro Anna and the inspiration with like Eugenia Coley even, like the anorexic community, that got really bad for a long time.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
I think though, like what my approach has always been
you can't control the men, and it seems like they control the world, and other men control other men, right?
Yeah.
But there's a bro code involved, you know.
Yeah.
But the women breed the men, you know.
Exactly.
So at some point, we are the ones responsible for these problems, and we need to hold ourselves accountable, regardless of how many hormones get into our brains. We are the problem.
Right.
Women are the problem. And with the ushering in of birth control, we can basically control ourselves and cut off we can cut off the maternal instinct, we can cut off the libido, we can modify our hormones to where a man will never get up in your skin. And I've been able to accomplish this. And I think for a long time, my brain was shut off from all of this. You know what I mean? So I kind of turned that off. And so when I kind of got off birth control and tried to turn it back on, I had this like flood of just different programs that I didn't understand that my body even had, you know, and it's like, it is definitely a program. Almost like it's in your DNA to have these feelings of, you know, like the whole family thing. And it's just, you know, it's not something that is all the time like taught to you. It's just the instinct, right? And how the bond is and stuff like that. And it's absolutely shattering. Like, it's shattering to think about how individuals approach relationships now, or the relationships that are even available. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it had definitely changed my perspective into, I'm going back to birth control because of that. You know, there's no point in going through these emotions for nothing. You know?
Right.
But I do think that, like, the whole men being mad at women, I do think there's something to be said on that. I do agree with a lot of men, and women need to, like, get themselves out of this fantasy land and maybe not be, you know, like, maybe we don't need to be thirst traps or extort ourselves, you know what I mean, and abuse ourselves by proxy, you know, by you know, being just available to men or whatever. But there is something that needs to be done with us controlling our own emotions and our hormones that block us from trying to make men into something they're not. We don't win if we don't born them in our womb that way. If we don't give birth to them and raise them in a certain way, they don't turn out a certain way. And, you know, whatever happens to puberty or with other guys, that's beyond our control, or something in the brain, they're not always going to turn out the way we expect them to, and would be delusional about it. Because that's reality. And that was somebody else's son. You know what I mean? Some other woman raised that man who does this or that, and he's still human. You know, and it's just like, as long as it's not, you know, extremely abusive, assault-wise, or, you know, hurting children, he's within his right to be objectified as he wants to be. You know, I don't really think we should, you know, like, I don't throw stones at the guy, you know, but it doesn't mean that we have to put up with it either. Like, it doesn't mean we'll breathe with it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But yeah, I do think I put a lot of responsibility on the female, and maybe because I am a woman, but yeah, so I'm kind of like a different type of feminist.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's a really unique perspective that I like to hear, that both genders are responsible for both genders, basically their offspring, and that children who grow up in situations, specifically, let's just take male children, there's a responsibility of how they're raised and how they respect people and respect women. And if they're not seeing women respected at home, then they're not going to respect women when they get older and they have the ability to date and reproduce and such. And it becomes this cycle, sadly, that you may not, you know, they may not see their mother being respected, so then they're not going to respect their girlfriend. And as opposed to a situation where you may have a strong male role model, and the male role model respects the mother and respects women, and so they want to essentially emulate what they see. And it becomes younger and younger. I just see. I think I was having this conversation with some friends from Australia. That Australia had made it that I think you have to be like 16 years old to use social media in Australia. And I personally, my feelings, I, I'm someone who feels that it is disingenuous to make people enter into contracts or go to war or make really big life decisions if their brains aren't fully formed. And technically, the frontal cortex doesn't complete its maturity until like age 26. So if I had it my way, if I was given the power, I would make the age of consent 26 because that's when I feel you should be able to have your brain is fully formed. Now, I know I don't win that argument, but um, I get that though. I mean, I think it's a valid argument though that if your brain isn't fully formed,
What about the individual being able to modify themselves in terms of tonsils or gallbladders or hormones? Things that maybe are reversible or non-reversible. Like getting your tonsils out is sometimes not medically necessary, but they seem to keep doing it. You know what I mean?
yeah, I've never heard that argument, but that's a really good argument that I've not heard that. I'm glad that you brought up that there are some non-medically necessary procedures that occur before someone reaches maturity and they are being done. Yeah, yeah. Well, so my big one, believe it or not, as an Orthodox rabbi, I am an anti-circumcision rabbi. I've had a bris, I've been circumcised, but I feel that that should be a personal choice that you should be able to make as an adult. I don't feel that anyone else should be able to force that upon people. And I know that when I go viral, I will be a leader in this movement. And it's a very, very uh, plain argument that I'm able to be able to essentially very bluntly describe to people, especially to women, and explain like basically you wouldn't want something done to you without your consent, and this is being done to young males without consent, and essentially. Why are we cutting off our dicks anymore? I mean, it's like, it's very like when you hear that bluntly, it resonates. But then also, did you know that it could have been longer? And when women start to hear that, wait, hey, it could have been longer. Yeah, it could have been longer. Essentially, I don't want to get rid of the ceremony. Essentially, the bris, but there's a procedure that takes place with Orthodox converts that if they've already had a circumcision, there's just a pinprick that a moil essentially removes. That is a symbol between you, the covenant between you and God. And essentially, I would like to have that type of ceremony for all Jewish males so that we don't essentially cause um, uh, really amputation of our genitalia. So when it comes to that and those types of um, procedures, I am very adamant that these things should be done only with people's consent. Now, when you get to be older and you want to be, let's say, 18, and you want to have a circumcision, go for it. That should be your um, that should be your choice. But I just don't like that being forced on babies. And the thing is, I, um, like I'm really into the science of sex and really like about nerve endings and essentially in a woman there are approximately like 20,000 nerve endings in her genitalia. In a man it's about 5,000, and in a someone with who's been circumcised it can be about 2,000. Like it can really cause not as much pleasure, and so I just want to kind of remove that tradition. I don't want to necessarily remove the tradition, but I do want to make it so that the person, yeah, exactly, because we don't know what we're doing to ourselves. And here's why it's done. It's done because it was done to me, and it was done to my father, and his father, and his father before him. And so it's just this cycle. And it takes a lot of courage to be able to stand up and say, I know that it was done to me, and I don't want it done to my sons, and I don't want it done to their sons. And I know within Orthodoxy, if people were really being honest, about 50% of people agree with me, and that's a huge amount in such a traditional environment. And I know when people start to hear me talking about it publicly, that there will be a major. I think we'll be able to make some major changes there. And I think that in now moving towards like bodily autonomy, I feel like you should be able to do what you want with your body at the age of consent. But before then, um, you can't really consent to anything, at least not legally. And so getting to social media is how I got on this. I noticed when Facebook first started. I've been on Facebook since the first year it started. Mark Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends when it first started, before he became like a celebrity. So this was in the year 2005, 2006. It was launched, I think it was February 2nd, 2005. And I was using it on 2000.
After MySpace.
Yeah, after MySpace, exactly. And it was um, it was really something only for people in college for a while, and then eventually became available to everyone. But this was the first site that I had ever seen that they went from you must be 18 years old to use this site to you have to be 13. And at a certain point, it made me wonder, why is it 13? And it was a certain law that was passed that said that like you couldn't collect data on children, and so they considered the line between like children and teens, I guess, being age 13. But now I see how that decision has had such an impact on our society, because that means that a kid who's 13 or 14 or 15 or 16 or whatever, now has these ideals of what a woman should look like and what their friends are going to think of them. Exactly.
Those 13-year-olds are what, 30 something?
Exactly. They're 33. Exactly. And it's so much like when before somebody that like every guy thinks that they need to bring home a 10, or else they're going to get made fun of by their friends, and they're going to have to look in the comments and say here that this woman's not attractive, or this woman's fat, or whatever. And it's like it's just this unnecessary pressure that I feel are on the youth. And then also kids, I say kids, but like just people under 18. Like I guess when I grew up, more more, I guess, integrity, and they had more um, control of like their feelings. Like they wouldn't just come out and publicly say someone's ugly. That would just not be something. That would be rude. But yeah, if it's mean, exactly. But nowadays, people will come out and just post that publicly and allow it to stay.
Not only that, is they'll be like, well, you look young in this picture, and you say you're 40. You know what I mean? They put age with like how pretty you are, without understanding that you're vegan. You've been vegan most of your life, and also you look the same as you did, back then or whatever.
Right.
And like they put ages as a thing. They had ageism,
Absolutely.
But there's also like it's just a mentality of the features of a computer program. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like you have this installed. You know what I mean? Well, what can you cook? That's a big one. And that's funny because some people do not cook for themselves. Some people, that's all they do is order out. Some people don't know how to cook for themselves. Or will you cook for me is what they're asking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you're going to have to cook for your children or do something for your children to feed them.
Exactly.
So the woman, do you feed yourself, dude? You know what I mean? Do you do your own laundry or whatever?
Right. How self-sufficient are you?
It's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, what are you looking for? Like, it's almost like when somebody asks that question, how are you viewing me, as a potential partner or as your mate? And I'm not going to be your mate. If anything, we can share responsibilities where, if you like to cook and you don't want me in the kitchen, that's fine, but I can do the dishes then, or I can take out the garbage, or we can agree upon responsibilities if that's attractive to you. And if we want to go out to dinner, maybe I can't cook, but I can provide. And so we'll go out to dinner more often, because I don't want you to have to do all that work as often as, or we'll order in or whatever it is. But it shouldn't be seen as like, basically, I almost feel like You know the video game The Sims? It was like a
Yes.
yeah.
That's my last name.
Oh yeah, of course you do. Yeah, exactly. I forgot about that. Yeah, so
I had to look at it.
yeah, so basically the way that that game would be like you would be looking for certain mates in the game, and you would judge them by like what their little skills were, because it would mean that you would have to do less in the game. So if you had a mate who could cook, then that means you wouldn't have to cook for yourself. You could spend time doing other things. Or if they were athletic, they would be doing, or they played games or whatever it would be. And it's almost like people, like a game like that has wired people today to just be like, okay, well, what can you do for me? And I find that so much on Twitter Spaces, especially. Like, um, people are always like, share your alpha. When I first started on Twitter Spaces, or I'd be like, what is this alpha? What is it? What are all these people doing talking about this? And it just means share your advice or share good information. And it's like, oh, you have to learn all these lingos, like when you're using all of
Yeah.
and then there are all of these abbreviations that people use. And it's like, I use Urban Dictionary all the time
Yes.
for these abbreviations, because I'm just not hip with the lingo, I guess. And so I look it up and it's like, okay. And so, but it's almost like, and I understand people want their Twitter Spaces or whatever it is to be really interesting, so they want good information. But it's like they just want to pull from you. They just keep wanting to pull from you, and it's almost like, at a certain point, you you want to just be able to enjoy the conversation yourself and not just be pulled at. And I find that these teens who grew up into being adults have had their view really skewed because of social media. And I didn't necessarily see it at the beginning when well, I shouldn't say that. I guess we did when we first used Facebook. It was just like, hey, how can the way that we used it was we would go to parties and meet girls and, like send them a Facebook friend request so that we would connect with those, like we could talk to them in the future. And when before it would be like you had to get a girl's number in order to be able to continue to have a friendship with them. Facebook allowed you to be able to connect and see like friends of friends and really create a community that way. But now, from what it's devolved into, where it's like just kind of like what you said, like what can you do for me? Can you cook? Can you clean? Do you do laundry? How independent are you?
Those same people can't probably put a list of 10 things they can do for you.
That's exactly right. And it's about me, and take, and there's no give in that. And and then I find that those people also tend to not
I think not to interrupt you,
go
but I
ahead.
think even if they found the perfect person, they would think it's too good to be true. And they would just push them to the side for something shallow.
Right. And then there's
They're afraid of that type of intimacy.
right.
I think.
And then there's
Like being a real deal.
right. And if let's say they found that person, and that person was just they loved them and they cared about them, you still have to worry about, are they going to cheat? And that's like one thing.
Like sabotage, self-sabotage.
Yes, exactly. I don't like cheaters. Fortunately, to my knowledge, I've never been cheated on, but I've never cheated. I'm not someone who tolerates that type of mentality. I don't like it. If I've ever had friends who do it or known people who do it, it's just not something that I like, because I feel like not only are you ruining your own integrity with your lover or your partner or whatever, but now I don't trust you, because now I know that you have this kind of mentality where you will go behind someone's back. So that means you might go behind my back or someone else's back. And it's almost like it's usually men who do it. I'm not saying it always is, but they have such a good thing at home, and yet they still want more. And it's like, okay,
At least to have the audacity of saying that you think you might be wanting to explore other people and change the terms of your relationship before doing something like that. You know what I mean?
right. And
And to be able to have
that conversation is an important one, but then I think can cause a devolvement of your overall marriage or relationship or whatever. Because yeah, it's like the beginning of the end. And I've seen relationships work that way, where they have an open relationship and such. But I just have never felt that those types of marriages were ever as strong as um, the ones that are monogamous and the traditional ways. But I think it's what ends up happening, and I think things have changed. It's just it's so expensive to live independently and to have a house and mortgage and rent and things. So you basically just end up becoming roommates who see other people. But then if you have children involved, and then it gets really really
You're
messy,
bringing other people you're dating around your children.
and you're married and
Like I would never date somebody else. You know what I mean? Like I would never bring someone else around someone else's kids. Like that's just mine. I just have a thing with it. Or like if I were to do the IVF, I'd probably figure out if the dude had special diet or something or religion and confirm with it. Then probably like you go back to the same donor. There's no way I would have a dude adopt my kid. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That was somebody else's. There's something about that that's just a loyalty factor or something that just bugs me.
I
I
agree.
know a lot of women can do it and pull it off, like stepdads or whatever, or stepmoms, but there's always going to be that weird resentment thing. They just always going to be back to the animal thing.
I agree with you. And as a man, I've heard other men say this, and this is just a thing that goes around in the male world. Is I don't want to raise someone else's kids. Basically, like if I'm going to put all of this effort into a relationship, they're going to be my children, or it's just a waste of my money. And um, I don't want to say it's unfortunate, but it is the way that it is that people get pregnant and they have children, when they didn't want to, or perhaps with the person they didn't want to. And now we've got a situation where the um, population that might be dateable, most of it already has children from other relationships. And so then what you have to deal with is, are you going to be now you're now and now you're going to be thrown into a situation. I didn't really think of this until just thinking about it, but like you're going to be thrown into a relationship many times where you've never been a father before or a mother, and now you're forced to be one. Normally, like you at least get the growing pains of being able to see children grow up and essentially be able to evolve as a parent with them. But now, no, now you're forced to, like, immediately. Now you're going to be going to baseball games and going to whatever ballet recitals, and um, I think that's it's not necessarily fair to the children either, where they, you know, who's this guy who's coming around all the time now, and do I have to have a relationship with them? But what about my relationship with my normal father or normal mother, biological father or biological mother? It's just it's
Like even for the stepmother position, like there's only one exception, only one person in my life that would ever consider that for. They're not alive anymore, but like there's no way if he already has kids, I'm out.
yeah,
You know what I mean? That's my deal breaker. It's not that I hate kids or I wouldn't adopt, but I need to focus on at least having one of my own and then maybe adopting. You know what I mean? If that's something, me and my partner want to do or whatever. But that's like adoption's a little bit different. You know what I mean? Than any other thing for some reason.
it is. Let's talk about that because I'm not exactly sure why, and I'd like to explore that. So, basically, I guess the adoption element of it is neither of you are tied to this child. So it's not like there there's DNA that that's in this child, and then I guess you both have a responsibility to care for this child, and it's an equal responsibility. When it seems like in the step situation, usually it's going to be one sided, where you have one parent who loves the child because it's their child and it's very important to them, but then the other yeah, exactly. Exactly. But there are some parents, some step parents who, you know, are better parents to children than the biological, and those are really special people. Those, I mean, shout out to those people who are able to do that. And I think probably in situations where maybe someone can't reproduce or just chooses not to reproduce, they can be all in with the child and treat that child as close to as biological as possible, but still there's a lack there that I really feel for the step parent that they can't. There's not like a process that they can be connected with that person biologically. It's been done. Maybe in the future there will be something that I can't ponder right now, but it's unfortunate that um, for as much as they love that child is never theirs. Like at least like that child's grandchildren won't have any connection to them or great grandchildren. It's not their lineage, and it's really unfortunate. And all the effort that
And
they
there's
put
a
in.
lot of kids without homes and a lot of abusive foster care situations. And it's like some of us want to have our own kids anyway, so it's kind of like a selfish position maybe. And but the obstacles in the way of having like my own kid, all I need to do is stay out birth control and go down the bar and hold somebody for a night or two, right?
Exactly.
During the right timing.
Exactly.
That's all I would really need to do. But to me, that's just, you know what I mean? I could do that, but it's really expensive to adopt.
Oh,
And you go through all
exactly.
these procedures, you know what I mean?
And there
All
are
I would need to do is go be a hug lady.
exactly, and that's really unfortunate that that's free. But to be an adoptive parent,
Do the sperm bank thing. And actually, I found actually Jewish sperm that's O negative. It's about $2,000 because I did my homework. He's a Capricorn. Um, he's Swedish. I guess he's Jewish. But I was doing that I mentioned that on course. And I lost a whole bunch of people after I said that shit. They even posted the link. I can repost it, but it's like $3,000 for his sperm. You know what I mean? It's already been washed and genetically analyzed. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean the thing, at least within Judaism, that wouldn't make your children Jewish. It has to come from
Right,
another.
yeah, I
So
know, because it has to be the mother's line. I need to convert and all that
exactly.
to be considered. But yeah, I do understand that.
Yeah,
It's usually the mother's side, but yeah.
not
It's just
usually.
interesting that it's like on there.
Yeah, no, it's
Either him or I think it's just a Christian, or an ex-Christian, right? He's something.
yeah,
They have a little bio. He's good at sales, which I'm not, so that'd be great for the kid.
yeah,
That gets passed down.
right.
So yeah, I just shopping sperm. Okay, I did it.
That's
I ain't gonna
okay.
lie, I did it.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I mean, you're just looking out for your own lineage. There's nothing wrong with that. I, I have the advantage of just being a man who, um, personally, I've always been into older women. I think that a woman is most attractive at about age 45. And the reason why I say that is because it's when she is the most educated and has the most amount of experience but can still reproduce. But now my thoughts on that are changing, that it's even going to age 50 and 55 perhaps with some of this technology. I think that educated women are very attractive and experienced women are attractive to me. And I personally have always, if you ever asked me as a younger person, I never wanted to be a father in my 20s or perhaps even my 30s. I always want to be an older father um, with perhaps like more opportunity to be established and be able to provide for my family. And I understand that means that, you know, like, I mean, I can still play ball with a kid and I'd still be able to play ball with a kid in 10 years or 20 years, perhaps. I understand that that's not ideal, but I've just always been someone who felt that it would be good to live my life as much as I can and then settle down. Now, I understand that women don't always have the same freedom to be able to do that, though I want them to be able to have the same freedom to do that. And when it comes to the ability to perhaps reproduce in the future, I mean, I think it's something that I plan on doing, but I don't have the same time um, limitations that I would if I were a woman. So I have.
With the woman thing and the whole ovulation thing, if she's on birth control, she delays her ovulation and she actually puts her reproductive system on pause. So our eggs are just as good. I don't know if people actually think this way, but it's definitely our organs and things like that for the reproductive, depending upon which birth control you're on, can delay the ovulation and just put your cycle on pause. It ruins your libido, of course, but it does. It puts your reproductive system on pause. So it's almost like once you're off birth control and you can actually live through the detox from it, it restarts your reproductive system.
Well,
It's like you pick up where you left off. So it's actually like a longevity thing.
and I think that's a beautiful aspect of modern medicine that wasn't available perhaps a few generations ago, and changes the game and how people can live their lives. And I'm about that.
The average person is not going to see a 40 or 45-year-old as being just as fertile as a 25-year-old.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're not going to see it that way.
Right.
Even if you've been on birth control since you're 14, which is my situation, and didn't try to get off of it permanently until like your 30s, like your late 30s. But like your eggs are fine, your uterus is fine, everything's fine. You know, it's just trying to get your brain and emotions back in check, right?
Right. It's very.
And that stuff is bonkers.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
But
And
it's interesting that no one really thinks about that. But at the same time, it's like the whole ageism thing. It is there for a reason. You know what I mean? Because it's like if I were to prey on a 20-year-old right now, it would just be weird because they're still trying to figure out their life and stuff, right?
right. And are they really? Are they really?
The age gap thing is there. You know what I mean? It's just how young should you go? Because you mentioned older.
Yeah.
But you're my age, are you? You're like in your 40s.
I'm 39.
39 or something.
Exactly.
You're 39. You're basically my age. But how young or how old should somebody even go? You know what I mean? After the whole consenting age, you know?
Right. You know, at that point, it's really up to two people to, if they think that they can have a quality relationship. After consent, the age of consent, then I guess age is just a number.
Too much.
No, I don't. I don't get into that. I mean, I think that if people are in love, you can have people in love who are 70 and 25. You can have people in love who are 30 and 31. It can happen, but is it always going to be viewed in society that way? Perhaps no. Um, there will be some taboo to it, but if people,
The power and wisdom thing.
yeah, but I mean, men want beauty and youth, and women want stability and virility. Well, I don't know if virility is the right word, but they want stability, and so they can at least perhaps, find the proper, the appropriate person for them. I I don't know how. Uh, I mean, it also gets into, is it an older man or an older woman? We don't see this as much as these older women and younger men, but if that were to be, I think it's becoming more popular, and if that were becoming the norm, um, I don't see it as a necessary. I don't know when to say it wouldn't be a bad thing. I don't know if it's the best thing for the children in that, but if you can raise a family and they're happy and healthy children, then I say go for it.
I think with the age thing, it's more so ideologies. And you gotta kind of make sure your foundational ideologies are actually there.
Yeah.
So you're not in constant war with one another. You know?
I'm in agreement.
And I think with that age group, it's kind of like if I were to go 10 years plus, those individuals might be very counter to my ideas, you know, like death and transhumanism, you know, it's like they probably still think it's the mark of the beast.
Yeah.
But then if I were to be lower, they might be so inclined to be a little bit so open to where they just would rather be with a digital entity, so to speak.
That's an excellent point.
Than an actual human.
That's an excellent point. Holly, I could talk to you about these things all night, and perhaps I will. I have to go to the restroom, and I'm going to get some food. But just know how much I appreciate talking to you about these. I think you're very smart, and we'll certainly talk again, perhaps even later tonight. But yeah, I've got to take care of some things. But just know, um, you are really smart. I'm gonna leave it at
I'm
that.
not hitting on you, by the way. I was just picking your brain.
No. I didn't see that at all. I see you as my friend, and so don't you worry about that. Okay?
Okay.
Excellent. Hey, you got a new friend in here.
Rabbi.
You have a new
Yeah,
friend
that's
in here.
James.
All right.
He's from Texas. He doesn't say very much.
Well, James, come on up and talk with Holly. I'm gonna take care of some things, but I'll perhaps be back later. And Holly, just know how much I appreciated speaking with you. Take care. For now. Bye.
Yo, can you have the other one too? Who? Yo, should I call him a footprint? I'm sure, bro. I think he's pooping right now, bro. I think he's on the toilet. You think he's what? I think he's on the toilet, bro. He's not here. I'm not. No, but you think he's awake? Yeah, I think he's awake. And usually when he's sleeping, he bends off. Like he bends off his much. Alright, well, that's cool. This is why I'm lost. That's what I'm saying. You, the Rabbi Rothschild. We should
About Shalom, my nigga, where you at? Oh no, I have 100 pennies. I hope no one comes and takes them. I'm jealous. Yeah, why did he tell us to fucking join this, bro? Number one, he's not even here, and there's nothing. There is socialize?
Are you not socializing?
No, I am. I'm looking at the one that they just put together. It's at 18.
Rabbi Rothschild is Rabbi Rothschild. This is the official name on his ID. Rabbi Rothschild.
How you living, pimp? What up, Yanix? What up? What up to my Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community? How you living, babies? 100%. Not only that, though, I have transitioned to doing 24-hour spaces on camera. So if you didn't know, on iOS devices, you can share your camera on Twitter Spaces. So we're on day 5 of that. So not only do I live stream on 16 simultaneous YouTube streams, but I am now live streaming on Twitter Spaces. So if you ever want to come in and chill or just check out what I'm doing, you can now watch me live on Twitter Spaces. Thank you for letting me contribute. Well, let's see. Oh, of the 16, I don't know. That's too many to count. But in my Twitter space, right now I've got 12 people in there, 12 accounts that I've created on my own. So how do you like that? 100%. But absolutely. How you living, baby? They're kind of quiet for the most part. Shout out to Bitcoin Obama. I love you, my man. Shout out to Zoot. Shout out to Yannick. Shout out to my Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu crew. We're gonna be doing. I'm in conversations with more like when he returns from Hong Kong. We're gonna start doing trivia nights and karaoke nights. So just know, like literally, there's always a 24-hour space for Bitcoin. And if you ever want to come check me out, I'm live. Just type Truman Show in Twitter Spaces, and you'll always find me. Well, I didn't say that I'm going to invite you up, but yeah, I mean, I'm as public and doxed as a person as you can be. Is that the code? That's what I like. Shout out to the person who just said that. Absolutely. the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu family is always near and dear to my heart. So feel free to stop by at least my Twitter space whenever you want. 100%. Yeah, if you didn't know, I had over 2,100 Twitter accounts that were banned. I think that's got to be some kind of record. 2,100, yeah. So I think I have the most amount of social media accounts of any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I had over 2,100 Twitter accounts. No, my name is Michael. Just got a nice little spreadsheet system that I use. 100%. Shalom, shalom. How you living, Pim? Excellent. I'm slanging dick like it's going out of style. Absolutely. That's going in the Smithsonian. Well, I want to thank you guys for letting me come up and chill a little bit. And after this space ends, feel free to come to my space and check out what I'm doing. I'm eating spaghetti right now and just being sexy. So thank you so much, Yannick. Shout out to you. Shout out to Bitcoin Obama. Shout out to Zoo. Shout out to Carl. Shout out to Benny. Shout out to No Face, Alex, Ponzi Buddy, all of the people in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community. You guys are just the best. So thank you so much. And Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu to the moon, baby. you. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm live on 16 different YouTube streams. I'm live on a Twitter space. I have more data collected than any person in global history.
Damn, bro, you make money off this?
Some,
How much money do you make, bro? If you want me asking you.
enough.
Wait, so you stream like yourself the whole like forever?
Going back 3.5 years to the pandemic.
So do you ever leave your house? Or
Yep.
like, you stream outside?
I do both.
Yeah, what about when you take a shit? Does that count?
I've streamed that.
You stream yourself taking a shit?
Yep.
So like you're always on camera, you have to be on camera?
No, I don't have to be.
Is there like any moments where like, for example, your family comes in, like do you stream that too?
Well, it hasn't happened, but I've had other people, like my roommates, and they've come in. And that's been streamed.
Damn, bro. Damn. Can't believe you're like an organism on camera, like just chilling.
100%. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yeah, I have, bro.
Well, it's like that.
Not, I mean, kinda, but like you're aware of it, you know?
Exactly. The only difference is that we have my consent to do this.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't really like the Truman Show, bro. I don't really like it.
All right. Well, you didn't have to like it. It's just what I do.
No, I know. I get the concept you're trying to portray, but like I try to like move on to another topic. Like I didn't really like. You fucked with it, bro? The movie?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty interesting movie. I mean, it's been years since I've seen it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting, the idea that the entire world would essentially become really enthralled with one individual because they've been able to grow up with him.
Yeah. Crazy, bro. That's crazy. The last scene got it for me, though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's quite an interesting
Did
movie.
you cry during the movie?
I don't recall crying during it.
Oh, I cried.
There you go, man. Good on you.
Yeah.
How about
His whole life was a lie, bro.
yeah? There's some aspects to that. That's really sad.
Well, that's the main aspect of it, bro. What do you mean, but when did you watch this, bro? Let me ask you.
When it came out in the 1990s.
Oh, so you're like an OG fan.
Yeah, and then I saw it again in like 2005 or something like that, 2003, and then I've seen it again in probably like 2020 or something like that. I've watched it on the stream. So
Do you also stream on like Kick or something, bro? Or you only stream on Discord?
no. I'm live on 16 different YouTubes right now. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on. The only reason why I'm not live on Kick is because I got banned for spamming. I spammed them like for 6 months, but it worked to the point where I became the #1 streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I've had Aiden Ross on my stream. I'm friends on Discord with the owner of Kick. His name's Eddie Craven. So I would have never had those connections.
Yo, I got on a private call with that dude Eddie.
Yeah.
I bitched him, bro.
Why'd you bitch him?
I don't really fuck with him, bro. I like the way how he maneuvers. I believe he's submissive to his community. He doesn't like assert dominance to his own, you know what I mean, his own website. I find that kind of weird, in my opinion. I think a lot of people would agree, but yeah, he just lets me a bitch too. It's like that's not the main point. You feel what I mean, though, or not?
I think he's a nice person. I think he listens to his community, so I'm positive towards him.
I get that, don't get me wrong, but morality, he's been not going to credit, bro. You should have like the same dominance, like how the app could do better, because he let a lot of like weird shit on the app, you know what I mean? Which you would think, yeah, it brings people in, but if he's actually a nice person, like you said, then why would he like encourage a lot of that other stuff, you know?
What does he encourage? Let me know him. Maybe I'll.
I see a lot of like, I don't want to say it, but like, it's like porn and shit like on that app.
You see pornography? You see pornography
Huh?
on Kick.
Yeah.
Okay, well they take that down right away. I mean, if anything,
No, there's a couple of them that are still up there, and they use like little hacks to like. I don't know how to explain it, but like basically like I'm assuming the bot monitors to see if it's actually there or somebody reports it, but like if it is the bot one that I think it might be, the people reporting the porn, they use like a secret like it's either they make the screen smaller or they use like the filter. I'm not explaining it, bro, but it actually works where they don't get banned. And it's not even that, bro. It's like what the streamers do themselves, bro, like harassing and like doing like the harassment is like bad, but like kind of acceptable, bro. But I've seen some streamers do like really fucked up shit, bro. Like really fucked up shit.
I've seen that too, but they ban them.
No, but they're still there. Sam Pepper's still there, bro.
Okay, yeah, but like Jack Doherty is not.
Yeah, but the two wrongs don't make, you know what I mean? Just because he's there doesn't mean he should be there, you know what I mean?
Okay, what did
Just because
Sam?
they took away him.
What did Sam Pepper do in particular that made you mad? I mean, I don't know. I don't watch him 24/7. So what's up? What did he do?
He raped someone on stream, bro.
He raped someone on stream.
Yeah, it wasn't shown on stream, but like.
Wait, you just said he raped someone on stream, and then you're saying that it wasn't on stream. So which was it?
No, it was on stream. Like his stream was rolling, but his cameraman was away from him for like 15 minutes while it happened. And yeah, I get it. It's not on stream, but like I feel like the action enough is like, you feel me? That's still gross, man.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know if that is actually. Did he get? I mean, here's the thing: did Sam Pepper get arrested for rape?
I'm not sure, but he should.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. I mean, obviously, if it was a rape, then there should be evidence to be able to prosecute. If there's not, then it wasn't rape. Perhaps. I mean,
I don't know why you're defending rape, bro. It's kind of like weird.
Dude, I'm just. You're the one who watches rape.
Bro, why are you putting it on me, bro? I went on the stream, bro, obliviously not knowing what I was going to see, you know? And I found out from certain people in the community, specifically his Discord server, which are loyal fans to him, but still said the same thing. And wait, I scratched that, bro. Then I was actually discussing how you said that towards me, bro. You saying I watched it, bro?
You said.
You think that's funny, bro?
You just said to me. You just said to me, Illyrian Bloodline, that you watched somebody get raped on Kick.
Dude, you're actually weird for wording like that, bro.
That's what you. Those were your words. Those are your words.
No, but you're not funny. I see what you're trying to do there, bro. And that's not.
I'm not being funny. I'm being very serious.
You're the one that's defending rape and shit. And, like, that's disgusting. Like, let alone, but.
I'm not defending it. I'm saying that if a rape occurred, then they should be prosecuted for it. My friend, go enjoy your rape streams on Kick or whatever else you watch on porn on Kick.
Why do you keep on saying that? That's so disgusting.
You're the one who said I watch porn on Kick and I watch rape on Kick. And from my experience, I've never seen either of those.
You're not understanding. You see how you're retwisting my words, bro? You see how you're trying to like gaslight me to like I never said that. Second of all, bro, the way you're wording it back to me, bro, is fucking disgusting behavior, bro.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, thanks. My friend. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Do you want me to?
If you're gonna lie again, bro, use my mouth.
Dude, if you're gonna come here and make up stories, then I'm not gonna want to talk with you. If you want to know what happened,
No, I wasn't.
your friend said that they were. These were their exact words. I was watching. He said I don't like Kick because it sometimes shows some things on there that I don't like. And I said, okay, well, tell me what you don't like. What did they show? He says that somehow, some way, people are able to show porn on Kick. I said I've never been able to see anything like that. I don't know what you mean. Then
All right, but let me say something. What you said after, bro, you tried to retwist it on me.
wait, hold on. Let me finish the discussion. Let me finish.
About that and tell me the other things you said. Tell me the other things you said.
So then, your friend said that he saw things that Sam Pepper did, and I said I don't know what you're talking about. He said that Sam Pepper raped someone on street, and I said I didn't know about this. What are you talking about? They showed Sam Pepper raping someone on stream, and then he said I saw that I was watching a stream and the cameraman went off camera or something for 15 minutes, or Sam went off camera for 15 minutes, and allegedly some rape occurred. And I said, if a rape occurred, then it should be prosecuted. That's what I said.
No, you're not finished. Tell me what you said after that.
And,
you're hiding some things out of it, bro.
Wait, and okay, then your friend said.
Okay, thank you.
Then
that's what you said. It's what you said. Stop trying to cover it, bro.
I mean, it was something along the lines of, your friend said that he had watched someone get raped on Kick, and I said, fine, if that's what you want to do, that's your thing. I don't watch those things on Kick.
Disgusting, bro.
You're right, man. There's no way. Nah, bro. 11 bloodline. You probably didn't say that, bro. Rabbi, did you actually say that?
Bro, he said it in the way, bro. Because first of all, he tried to
here, just dude, stop.
I want to know exactly what you said.
Just let's watch it. Just shut up. Let's watch it.
Sounds like you guys don't know how.
No, let's watch
go
it.
Back to the clip. I remember what you said, bro.
I'm going to it right now. I'm going to it right now.
I knew when my first two he said some weird like rape jokes, bro. He told me to like watch rape on Kick. I was like, what the fuck?
I absolutely did not say that.
Oh, here to do what?
That's literally what you said, bro. Stop trying to gaslight me, bro. Go back to the clip.
Here it is.
Yo, dog, so that's why people be sucking the blood out of foreskin? Baby's foreskin?
Yo, bro, this is weird, bro. Like, he's streaming 24/7. That's cool, but like making jokes about rape, bro, and like justifying like.
That's why y'all claim to be God's children, but then turn around and want to destroy absolutely every other race that's on the fucking planet, like disgusting pigs.
Here, if you want to watch it, we'll watch it right now.
Are you gonna like really catch yourself, bro?
I don't give a fuck what you gotta say, bro. I believe my boy over here.
Okay, believe him. Believe him. Do you want to hear it or not?
I play the full clip though, so I don't want to be done with it.
Alright, Rabbi, let's see this. What you got?
Here it is.
What bullshit are you about to show us? Yeah, there's water in there.
No, I can't give it.
Oh, you take a shower? Yeah.
So you just said that you just said that he
I
raped.
can't hear it, bro.
Okay, then I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna send it to you, and then you can watch it for yourself.
Right, you clip yourself to thank you, bro.
Here you go. I sent it to you. Feel free to enjoy it.
Alright, let me see if you actually clipped it though. Let me check.
I didn't clip it. I don't have time to do that. You can watch it. It's within the last 10 minutes.
I mean, obviously you do have time if you chronically sit on a bed, bro.
Dog,
So that's what you
dog.
do, bro.
Calm down.
Yeah, dog, I can see it stuffed animals, but like, it makes shit It's looking. I mean, stuff that's Rabbi Rothschild. And my boy is sitting in a.
I'm sending you guys the clip or the live stream. Feel free to watch it and come to your own conclusion. All right, you guys should have it now.
there's three women. They were in each other. And the only reason why we went back to see if there was some involvement with the NHI and the MH. Never went back to look at it. Just I was like, minutes or had to be to make things that are in the videos that were just a regular person couldn't they made the videos right. Those videos are really right. No, probably not, but I mean I've seen something like that probably when it was emails. I think the thing is that
do you have gas X? Yeah, you can do gas X. If it's around me, but look at the list. And not to give the update. Saying, but to give me one.
Have you guys ever heard of an icon Chewbacca? Do you know about the dead interval theory? Okay, I'm gonna put something in the generator. You can go down the river. Okay, come on, help me speak up. Go to me, sometimes. It's actually pretty good. Thank you, sweetie. Okay, so we just met. You come to the Canopy Generator. And if you go onto YouTube and type in Destiny Dead Internet Theory, but essentially the dead internet theory is that most accounts of the internet are actually and this truly can't go anywhere, even talking about AI and making videos about information. Essentially, it's all these bots talking to each other in the comments, and even talking to actual humans in the comments. And the emoji account is this AI account, and he intelligence site. It posts these like 3-hour long videos where he's just talking, but he's not really saying anything that he kind of is. Videos he says things for himself. Anyway, you guys know the YouTuber Destiny. That's pretty popular on YouTube. Oh, yeah, debates. Yeah. So he was investigating some things to the internet theory. And he said something in particular his accounts. Which screen played his accounts, which is like fresh accounts. Freshly made like 2 minutes ago. Like the minute that he said he wanted to like him. And then they're like, no, this guy's real. He's the CIA. He's a lawsuit. It's really very much like the actors. The dead internet theory. Yes.
Yes, thank you so much, Logan. I've missed you so dearly. It's been about a year since we've spoken. Thank you for your message. I tried to respond, but I think the account on which I responded to you got banned. But when it comes to the dead internet theory, I can tell you that's quite easy to just create accounts. I created over 2,000 Twitter accounts myself. I wanted you guys to know that if you didn't know, I live stream my life, and I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Logan and I met about 2 years ago, and in UFO Twitter. And just wanted you guys to know that I'm back on Twitter, and I've been doing 24-hour video spaces on Twitter Spaces. So if you're ever bored and you want to come check out what I'm listening to, I like listening to Art Bell and George Norrie and all that kind of stuff. I've been really getting into the Travis Walton encounter and the Betty and Barney Hill. So I'm definitely a ufologist through and through. And just Logan, I want you to know how much I've missed you. You're a really great person. You are a great Spaces host, and I think you're an amazing leader in the ufology movement. I even listened to your old interviews that you did with like Richard Doty. Like I listened to your archive stuff because it's so good. So shout out to you and shout out to this room. Thank you for letting me contribute. No, go ahead. I changed rooms in the house, so yeah, I was able to essentially get a little bit more space in a storage room that we have, and was able to work on my rent a little bit. So that I've been able to continue my live streaming. If you guys don't know, I live stream my life for world peace. I talk about wanting to end world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like perhaps vertical farming and um, just really cloud seeding and hydroponics. These are all what I feel are going to be beneficial discussions for the world in the future, especially other things I talk about: anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, and really one of the most important topics I think that we have is alien disclosure. And I know that I probably have a lot of people here feel the same way. Yeah, exactly. So I created 2,000 accounts, which I know goes against the terms, but I was just trying to promote myself. I was Yeah, actually like 2,100. Yeah, it took me about 6 months to do. And so what I would do is I would create an account and then just have it follow 400 people, and then just create another account and have it follow 400 people. I did that for about 6 months and drove the moderation team at Twitter, I think, pretty crazy. And then I got banned, and they just went through and banned all my accounts, and I think updated their terms and conditions to try to close the loopholes that I was exploiting. So I went to Kick, if you know what Kick is, and Discord. I created my own Discord, and got pretty popular on. I mean, everybody knows about me on Kick. Because I did the same thing there and just really just spammed accounts. When it comes to what Lady was saying with the dead internet theory, I can vouch a lot of the accounts that you're going to find out there are botted, and there are real people, of course, but she's absolutely right. And while the dead internet theory may not want to, they may not want to make it mainstream, I feel as if that it is a very valid discussion and has been. I think they've said since like 2018. Most of the content that's produced on the internet is essentially from bots of some sort, and I could see that. I mean, I've done it firsthand. On Kick, I was able to have interviews with Aiden Ross, if you know who that is. I'm the #1 streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, #1 streamer in iShow Speed, #1 streamer in Kai Sanat, #1 streamer in Amaranth. So I've been able to make some connections there in the influencer world. And I became friends, at least on Discord, with the owner of Kick, Eddie Craven, and just became, more well known there. But really, I find that probably the most influential people on social media are still on Twitter, and the Twitter discussions that happen, I feel, are just really the most interesting ones that with which I can participate, in which I can participate. And so what I've done is something a little different. A lot of people do 24-hour spaces and they get burned out and such. I've been doing 24-hour live streams on YouTube for more than 3.5 years. And I'm live on 16 different streams right now. But what I've done that's really a game changer is now I'm doing 24-hour spaces on video. So if you're ever bored on Twitter Spaces and you want to come see what I'm up to, just type in Truman Show on Twitter Spaces search and I'll show up. And I've got a bunch of accounts in there right now. And just if you're interested in ufology, when I fall asleep to UFO podcasts. And really, I've been getting into alien abductees recently. That's kind of my jam. I find alien abductions to be one of the most fascinating topics in ufology. So if you're ever bored, please feel free to say hello. I mean, I find what I do to be very beneficial to the world, and I've made a lot of friends this way. I have over 1,600 people who have joined my Discord, so we play games, and I go outside. I do some IRL streaming, but really, it's probably easiest for me to stay near my router. So really, if you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show, that's essentially what I am, except we have my consent to do this. And I know in the future, or I feel in the future, the discussions that I have are going to be very important to the world. For everyone in here, if you're not aware, I talk about things that may be of benefit to you, like life extension technology. With your consent, in the future, we may be able to utilize oxygen therapy, stem cells, human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapy to increase your average life expectancy to age 100, 120. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, I can't afford any of that stuff, I understand. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data online archived than any person ever. And that may make me an influential person. And what it does, I'm going to help all of you. I'm going to be able to give you the money to be able to pay for your family and your friends, their generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities of your own and organizations to help the world. But you might get to 120. You may say, Rabbi, all right, I've lived a good life. What's the next step? And this is if you want. We get into mind uploading technology where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, if you want, again, with your consent, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be. But a lot of people don't recognize that within a generation or two, there may be the opportunity of digital immortality. And that's something that I talk about a lot. So some people may say, well, that's not that interesting. And I understand. But to other people, this type of discussion is fascinating. And I get a lot of enrichment doing it. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I am. I'm proud of the work I do, and I'm glad to be back and to be around good people. And if you ever need anything, if you're just bored or lonely or need someone to talk to, you should know that I'm always here to be a positive person in your life. I want the best for you. I want the best for your friends and family. I'm here to be an optimistic individual and just to give people hope. And I just appreciate being able to contribute that. Not at all. I feel, if anything, enhanced by it. My entire life is recorded, and I use the recordings sometimes when I need them for practical purposes. But I find it interesting. Just like in the past, we would have had someone who was a diarist, someone who would write diaries, or a journalist, someone who would write journals. And we would study that later, decades later, perhaps centuries later. I'm doing the same for future generations, and perhaps they may be able to learn from the experiences that I've had and the discussions that I've had. And just in the same way that we study archive photographs and archive video, people will do the same with my live stream. Absolutely. Hey, if that's what makes you happy, then more power to you. I can understand how you'd want to disconnect, and at least in my world, it doesn't. So long as the streams are going, then I just live my life in a normal way. I would be watching podcasts, I'd be watching stand-up comedy, I'd be singing karaoke, doing all the other things that I normally would be doing in my life, but I just do them on camera. I mean, generally you can do more than you can on X, or than you can on YouTube and Twitch and at Kick and Twitch and Rumble, but they do still have some guidelines. Like, I would say that you can't, you know, do illegal activities and things like that on stream. I think that still is against their terms and conditions. Yeah, I mean, there's like you can basically play copyrighted content. Though I do know some people who have, and they've gotten their accounts banned. So, but Twitter doesn't have that same team of moderators that YouTube has that will come in and ban you for copyright infringement, and perhaps they can be very difficult. And the worst part of it is, it seems like they have put a lot of their moderation policies and strategies in the hands of AI, and AI just can't really discern between quality content, real content, and perhaps someone who's infringing on another person's copyright. It's unfortunate that that is the way that the world in which we live, that we have robots that are basically watching what we're doing to make sure that it stays in line with their terms. But I get banned sometimes on accounts, and I don't understand why. Sometimes I understand why, but other times I don't. And then I see other people who may perhaps be violating the guidelines, and they're not being banned. And it causes confusion, but that's why I multi-stream. I've become the king of multi-streaming. So I'm live on 33 different platforms right now. I'm live on 16 simultaneous YouTube streams. So you can watch me in 360 degrees. And if any of my accounts ever get banned, I got backups and backups of the backups. So, just do my best to be uncancelable. That someday when this goes viral, and I know if I become the person who lives on Twitter Spaces, the people on Twitter Spaces, if I do it for months, they will like basically check in with me to see what's going on. I'll be that one individual who you can watch live on camera, which is another different aspect of my Twitter Spaces. And then when that happens, we're going to really start to improve people's lives globally. Well, you may get bored with that, but AI in the future, currently can take my 24-hour streams and condense them to 3 minutes, so you get the best conversations or the most exciting things that I do, or the funniest parts, so that you can live your life in a normal fashion, but also not have to spend 24 hours watching me. But if you do want content 24 hours a day, I've got it. I'm always watching some kind of podcast, whether it's Lex Friedman, Joe Rogan, Kill Tony, some type of UFO documentary, Art Bell. I've always got Coast to Coast going on when that's on. So, if you're interested in the paranormal, ufology, and really technology in general, I'm your person.
What do you like the theories of UFO researchers or books or interviews? Do you really enjoy?
I'm a major advocate for Bob Lazar. So Bob Lazar's story basically has been consistent since the 1980s. I love his story. I'm a huge George Knapp advocate. I feel he does a great job of cutting through some of the bunk out there and really getting to the heart of many of these matters. There are some others that, like Jeremy Corbell, who I think does a pretty good job. He still has some work to do, I think, to really get to be one of these great ufologists. People give Stephen Greer a lot of grief, and I understand, especially more recently. But if you've never seen the Disclosure Project, the original one from 2001, I believe it's like early May 2001, I highly suggest you take a look at that. That was the thing that changed me from being a UFO skeptic to being a UFO believer. It's basically a press conference with a couple dozen firsthand witnesses and people with data who talk about their experiences in ufology. And I just find that to be fascinating. So I would say those are the primary ones. Do you have some that I might want to check out as well?
I really enjoyed the classic Tom DeLonge, dude, the 2013 to 2017 interviews. Those are my cracks as far as UFOs concerned. Yeah. I was just curious who you
Absolutely.
are located at?
Where am I located? I'm in
Yeah, California.
I'm in Irvine. Yeah.
If you ever want to see some UFOs going by, I'll see them every night.
Very cool. Whereabouts?
I'm just close to Redondo Beach.
Certainly.
They all are really close.
Absolutely. Are they just off the coast?
I just followed you. Yeah, I just followed you. If you want to come by the beach, then you can come on by when you cameras.
Very well.
Whenever you guys get straight,
I may have to do that. We may have to live stream it.
anytime you come here, actually, it's going to be amazing. I'll even be UFOs. Never going to go call UFOs.
That's how I would describe it. Yeah. I mean, I love it. Now, as I understand, they're allegedly some kind of UFO base or UF base from like Malibu to Redondo Beach, like right around Rancho Palos Verde. Yeah. In that area, is that what you're referencing? That you see them taking off from around there?
No. These are just ones that are that come like follow me. I think the reason why they follow me is not because I'm special. I think it's just because I've got this anytime that follows me all the time, and so that's why these guys are always just like drawn to me. How long has that been the case? They asked about forever, right? It's been going on for about 6 months. 6 months. Yeah, it looks shady. I'll show you pictures just to power it out. It's pretty crazy. I'll put it on the guys.
Absolutely.
So just follow me, and you can just message me whenever you want to come by. You can see them. Have you ever seen one in person?
I have seen one. Yeah.
Okay, you've been to see like 190 well 30s.
Wow, that's phenomenal. Do you report these on to MUFON or anything like that?
No, I don't really have the time. I just share them here. That's all. On X. That's it. I share them here. I try to share everything, like just everything. Yeah.
Excellent. Hey, I want to give some shout outs. I know I gave some to Logan, but Red Panda Koala, you do a great job of hosting spaces. And also, I know Tupacabra was in here. He does a great job as well. Thank you guys so much for what you do for the movement. And you just give a very professional environment for these discussions to take place. And to 12, I believe that was 12. I followed you. Is it Chad Young as well? I'm going to follow you guys as well. And just know that everyone who shares the content that they have, that they experience, is very important to the movement. So I appreciate that.
Thanks for having me. Check out the anytime that we're on every day. I just put in the bill. I love your energy. I feel like it's a lot different than last time you were in these words.
That could be. I try to be as positive as possible, but I think that my journey, at least of anonymity, is coming closer and closer to an end. I've got a lot of supporters now. I've got, and I think really I'm going to become like famous for being the person who lives on Twitter Spaces. Nobody else does that. I've now been doing it live on for 5 days, and I've been doing it live on YouTube for 3.5 years. So that has no end in sight. Excellent. And that's what I want to do for people. That's what I want to do for society. I feel that these conversations that we have in these Twitter spaces are discussions that should be taken seriously in the mainstream. And I feel when we get more and more people, more influencers who talk about them, that they'll be taken more seriously. And then eventually the mainstream media will be forced to have these discussions as well. I was quite disappointed with what happened with the UAP, the drone discussion on the East Coast. I really was hoping for more discussion of that. If I may ask, and I'm not an expert on this, basically, as I understand, the Trump administration, shortly after he took office, said that we knew that these were like approved by the FAA But I never heard like who owned them, or did we ever get like I know they had crashed ones. I'm sure you guys have had these discussions, but does anybody have any further of a briefing that they can provide?
I think it's either China or aliens, or a combination of the two.
Okay, so you're as stumped as basically I am on that one, and that was quite an interesting event. I think that series of nightly sightings, I hope that helped the community. I don't know if it necessarily did because it caused a lot of confusion, causing them calling them drones, and with that usually the things that are alien related generally don't have like the green and red lights and they don't make sounds. But if anything, I hope it just opened people's eyes to looking into the sky and recognizing that we may not be alone. And if that's true, then we have to have a mature conversation uh, as just a civilization of humanity that we may have been seeded here, or that these UAPs or UFOs or um, alien civilizations um, may have some kind of day to day effect on our lives, and we may not necessarily um, understand it, or but really, the more discussion that we have on the topic, I feel the better it is for ufology.
I agree. There's actually been a couple of bunch of alien girls streamed there for a bit. But my sleep schedule was all fucked up, so I probably I can't look at it in about 40 minutes. What's going on? It's just like a stream everything. I get to go there for a minute, but we'll see if I can push to the sleep which is on. But now I'm just like, it's been a full day awake or something like that. But I'm trying to get things out. Yeah, usually we're kind of on the same sleep schedule. Yeah, man. Sure, just you stay. Are you tired? Are you still gonna be here in like 30 minutes? I don't think you have to. If you want to stop by, whatever, too, if you want to see it, then come on by, man. What was that song? Yeah. Yeah, you have the dreams, right? Yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, if you ever want to stop by and see the dreams, stuff, cameras and stuff like that, so you're see, man. So I got some back here.
The thing she's worried about, like, each time it comes in, it happened in like 2 weeks. And the real thing, she just talking about, like, the parent, like, running out, and it's going out. So anybody that knows, she's going out, like, I mean, all of you guys know.
I don't know.
You really don't.
He sounds adorable. Well, I recognize that I'm living in a really special time. If you didn't know, in 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, that it had overtaken petroleum. And yeah, exactly. And I just recognize that people might be able to learn from that, which what I do on a daily basis. People in the future, while it may not seem interesting now, I think at an academic level they'll be able to learn from my biology, from my circadian rhythm, my eating habits, my breathing habits, my uh, even everything down to the sociological discussions that I have with people. I think all of this will be studied perhaps when I talk about really interesting things. Logan, do you mind? I've got a list of some technology that maybe spur some conversation in here. Excellent. Okay, so I hope you can still hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. So these are just like, I think probably over the course of the next century or perhaps longer, types of technology that we may be. You can't hear me anymore? Okay, excellent. So things like an artificial gill, a device that allows humans to extract oxygen from water, theoretically enabling underwater breathing. Artificial super mitochondria, engineered mitochondria that enhance cellular energy production beyond natural capabilities. De-extinction, I talk about this one all the time. So this is the process of reviving extinct species through genetic engineering and cloning techniques. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. It was with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward. Go ahead. A goat. Yeah, it was an ibex. So essentially, as I understand, last I read, there were researchers who basically were studying a type of goat that was going extinct in the Pyrenean Mountains, and eventually did. They had its DNA and were able to impregnate similar types of ibexes, like 200 of them, and bring one of them to term. Now, that's what. I think probably through some type of IVF or in vitro fertilization, uh, and they were able to bring one of them to term. Its offspring lasted 7 minutes, but it was seen as a major breakthrough in the de-extinction movement because it had showed that it was viable. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They're colossal.com. And even on their website, they've stated that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates, which I just think. Yeah, so I believe they got the DNA from the woolly mammoth hairs in frozen glaciers. Like they've been preserved quite well, and so they're able to essentially modify that to be able to be impregnated into an African elephant. And they've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce them into the Arctic Circle. It's on their website. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. The dodo bird's been extinct since like 1652. And I just think this is really interesting and it's not being discussed mainstream. It is a little bit in some scientific journals and such, but this is something that we may be able to see within the next 2.5 years or so. So I'm a major advocate for de-extinction, and that's something that we may be able to see in the future. Other things are perhaps a Dyson. Oh, go ahead. Please, please do. Very cool. And I think that that may be an opportunity perhaps in the future for some people. And even just the term de-extinction, when people hear it, they think of Jurassic Park. And while the de-extinction of large lizards, essentially dinosaurs, is much more difficult, with AI, it may be much more achievable. And so I think that scientists have started on some more recent extinct species, and they're going to work their way perhaps to that. Uh, but these are just things that I find fascinating. Other things, and please interrupt me at any point if you find any of these interesting. Or if not, I'll just keep going and we can have discussions perhaps. A Dyson tree, a theoretical bioengineered tree designed to harness energy from the environment for sustainability. Female sperm, engineered sperm cells capable of fertilizing eggs, potentially allowing same sex couples to have biological children. Hair cloning, a technique to create new hair follicles from a person's cells to treat hair loss. Now, all of the ones that I'm reading right now are going to be biological, but I've got biological and robotic and all kinds mechanical, all kinds of things. This is an interesting one. A human Z, a speculative hybrid between humans and chimpanzees, exploring the boundaries of genetic engineering. And if this one sounds like bizarre, it was tried over 100 years ago in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, and then again by China in the 1960s. And there were certainly ethical questions in doing this, but there may be an opportunity perhaps at having some kind of human chimpanzee hybrid. I mean, if you're aware, we share like 99% of the same DNA with them. So it may be something that we may be able to see in the future. Uh, that may be an opportunity as well. Perhaps both. Both may be something that we may be able to see in the future, and this certainly will have ethical concerns, and when if that does happen. Other things that we talk about: life extension technologies aimed at significantly increasing human lifespan through genetic, cellular, or medical advances. Liquid breathing, a method of breathing using liquid instead of air, theoretically enabling extended underwater survival. The flip side of female sperm is a male egg, a concept where male cells are engineered to produce eggs, allowing new reproductive possibilities. Nootropics, substances that enhance cognitive function, memory, or creativity in healthy individuals. Prime editing, a groundbreaking gene editing technology that allows precise modifications to DNA without introducing errors. Things like perhaps a universal snakebite antidote, a broad spectrum treatment effective against various snake venom types. So those are some futuristic kind of things that may be available to people within the next generation or two. The next has to do with engineering and manufacturing. So a biogel refrigerator, a cooling system utilizing biogel technology to preserve food without traditional energy sources. Diamond trees, structures made from diamond-like materials for extreme durability and utility in construction. Exoskeletal engine, a wearable exoskeleton that enhances human strength and endurance, potentially for industrial use. And I've already seen these utilized in perhaps military applications or industrial applications. But I mean, we really move towards a world of like the mech warrior suit in the future with these exoskeletal engines. A microfactory, a small scale factory utilizing advanced manufacturing techniques to produce goods efficiently and locally. A vertical zoo, a multi-level zoo design that allows for more efficient space use and more natural habitats for animals. I think that there is a more beneficial way to see animals, and that's really in the open air safari like environment where you're in some type of closed cabin. But at least giving animals the ability to be able to explore vertically might be beneficial as well. A wearable generator, a device that converts body movement into electrical energy for powering personal electronics. And so I'm a major advocate of improving battery types. And currently we have these lithium ion batteries, which are fine, but as you know, they expand and they become spicy pillows and they can be dangerous. I'm a major advocate for what's known as the Americium battery. The Americium battery, Americium is one of those elements at the far end of the periodic table that you may have in your home already. It's in a lot of smoke alarms, the smoke alarms that you don't have to replace the battery for like 7 years. Those kind of smoke alarms currently use Americium. And then from there, there's another type of battery that I'm even more an advocate of, and that is known as a gravity battery. So basically, a battery that can utilize or harness Earth's microgravity so that it never needs to be charged. These are types of technologies that of which I'm a major advocate. Other things that we have, computing and robotics, a Dentrif robot, an automated dental cleaning robot designed to perform dental hygiene tasks more efficiently. A hypercomputer, a theoretical computing system with capabilities for exceeding current supercomputers using advanced algorithms. Things like quantum memory, a storage system leveraging quantum states to store and retrieve data with unprecedented speed and capacity. A robotoid, an advanced robot capable of performing tasks with a high degree of autonomy and human-like interactions. And I know I saw um, Logan posted a Chinese robot. If you haven't had the chance to see, go through his feed. These Chinese robots are like even more advanced than what you're going to see with um, the Tesla bot, or I think it's called the Optimus or something like that, or the Boston Dynamics bot. So those are really, really interesting. Other things are universal memory, a data storage system that can integrate and access information from various formats seamlessly. And just a couple more for now, and I've got more, but we can talk about these. Megastructures, a sea scraper, an underwater skyscraper designed to maximize space and ocean environments for living or research. So imagine like a skyscraper that we have on the land, but it starts on the sea floor. It's a thought that people have had that we may have the ability to be able to explore in the future. And then also along these lines, a floating skyscraper and then a floating airport. I've seen this proposed for Hong Kong because of the density of the population there. It's difficult to just build an airport. So the opportunity may exist where you would have a floating airport. Other things, perhaps not in the next generation, but know that I'm a long-term thinker, and I think that with life extension and perhaps mind uploading technology, we may be able to experience these. Cloud9, a large floating structure designed for habitation or recreation, utilizing tensegrity principles. Globus Cassis, a proposed massive structure that could encompass Earth, potentially for habitat or resource utilization. And if you're wondering where did I get all of this, I got it from Wikipedia. So if you're interested, they have like a list of um, hypothetical technologies, a list of emerging technologies, and I basically took that and then created summaries on them, and so that's where I get this information. But if you want to learn more about these, just type into Wikipedia and you can find it. And the last one I'll mention for right now, a vertical city, a high-rise city design that stacks living and working spaces vertically to conserve land and resources. So with that, I won't talk your ear off too much more, but I think these are really interesting things. Does anybody have any thoughts? Yeah, so one of the things that is later on in the list, there are different kinds of materials, specifically having to do with like carbon fiber, but at a nanomolecular level that allow us to essentially create much stronger um, structures than we previously would have. This has always been an argument with the space elevator. That a space elevator, if you're not familiar with the idea of a space elevator, it's very expensive to just send rockets up into space to get cargo to space. So the idea is if we had basically a tether in Earth orbit that we could just send up things in a car like an elevator, it may be more beneficial and more cost effective. But the argument has always been, at least with current materials, it will snap. But with the idea of carbon fiber at a nanomolecular level, these things may be not science fiction so much. They may become science fact. They may become something that we may want to utilize in the future. I'm in agreement, though, with current technology limitations. Some of these things, building higher than essentially 200 stories or so, may be um, un, uh, may be unsafe to do. But perhaps in the future we may be able to. What absolute zoo? Right. And that's what we want to avoid, certainly. But with some of these technologies, that may become a thing of the past, or those types of concerns, because these with these technologies, they become like exponentially stronger, and so they're not just like your standard steel or your standard iron that you would normally have in like rebar. It becomes extremely strong. Some of these other mega projects of which I'm a major advocate and I talk about a lot. One is a Bering Strait tunnel, essentially a tunnel that connects Asia to North America, likely underwater. Some people propose a bridge, but a bridge is exposed to the environment and that can cause issues, particularly in the winter. But a Bering Strait tunnel, essentially boring from Alaska to Russia, it's only 51 miles. And I think that would do a lot for unity of the world. Essentially, you'd be able to take a road trip from New York City to Paris or from Los Angeles to Cape Town. And I think another one would be to clear a road for in the Darien Gap. People don't necessarily know, but the Darien Gap's like 90 miles of um, very heavy forest between Panama and Colombia. But it's the last link that needs to be closed before we have a Pan American highway. There's essentially a highway that you can drive from Alaska to the tip of Argentina, but aside from these 90 miles or so. Currently, if you want to take that route, you have to put your like a car on a ferry and to go around it, or you have to pay someone essentially to help you get through it on a motorcycle or by foot. But really, if we were able to clear this 90 miles or so, 70 to 90 miles of the Darien Gap and 51 miles of the Bering Strait, you would be able to drive from perhaps Rio de Janeiro to Johannesburg, or from perhaps Buenos Aires to Beijing. I think that would just bring us together a lot as a people, and it's really not that much. It's like we've done almost all the work to be able to get there, but we just have a little bit to finish. Does anybody have any thoughts on those mega projects? Precisely. The other argument is made to build a transatlantic tunnel. Essentially, I've seen from like New Jersey to um, to Paris, essentially. And this can be done either below the ocean floor or just above it using tubes. Now, that's something that's been proposed for like almost more than 100 years, um, but really is probably the um, probably at least for your average individual, more of a moonshot kind of a project before we'd see the closing of the Bering Strait and the Darien Gap. Now, if you want to get into the clandestine world and we talk about deep underground military bases, these connections have already been made and have been made using gravity trains basically for since the 1960s. Have I ever been in one? No, so I can't tell you for sure that these exist, but there are arguments to be made that they've already done this. They're just not available to the common person, and I want to make them available to the common person. But you're exactly right. If we were able to essentially connect Oceania and um, and then perhaps Greenland and perhaps Antarctica, we would basically have all of the major continents connected, which would be very important. Well, currently it's not, but it could have rail travel, and then it would be, and then it would be perhaps much cheaper to just send things via rail or to perhaps drive than it would be to ship them. There's another argument, perhaps that has been discussed of a Gibraltar bridge, basically a bridge that connects Spain to Morocco through the Strait of Gibraltar. There are concerns, seismic concerns for that project. If you're not aware, the lower in Earth's crust that you go, the less seismic effect um, that earthquakes have on you. So it's seen as more beneficial to perhaps put these in tunnels as opposed to bridges. But either may be an opportunity. And I'm not saying we're going to see this tomorrow, but perhaps within another 100 years or so. And as I say, I have a lot of positivity towards all of you and towards extending your life. And if you want life extension and mind uploading technology, which may be available to all of us in the future, so that these great projects that may in the past have seen as well, that's not, I'm never going to experience that, so I don't really care about it, may be much more realistic than they once were. Another It's a great question. It's a philosophical question that I have often with people. People make that argument. It really is paradoxical. It gets to what's called the ship of Theseus. Essentially, if you have a ship and you dock it, and you take that ship apart piece by piece and rebuild it right next to that ship, is that new ship the same ship or is it a different ship? Let me ask you, MC. It, I agree. So you're making the argument there that if our cells replace themselves every 7 years, then aren't we different than what we were 7 years ago? Yet we still have the same memories and such. So yes, we would consider ourselves the same person. It may be a question for the first guinea pigs who want to experience this, and we would ask them, do they feel as if they are themselves? As of right now, it's really a guessing game, I would say. Uh, a similar type of technology, not exactly the same, but uh, has occurred with the brain-computer interface with Neuralink, with the first successful Neuralink patient. I believe his name is Nolan Aspro. I may be mispronouncing his name, but he is essentially a quadriplegic person who decided that his life wasn't being what he didn't have so much value to his life that he felt that he couldn't take the risk of perhaps being the first brain computer interface patient, and now is able to move a cursor with his mind. He's able to play the game Civilization with his mind, and he's able to provide us with a lot of data that we previously didn't have before. And in the same way, we may have someone who wants to be patient zero for the um, mind uploading technology, and then at a certain point, we would ask them, once it successfully occurred, do they feel as if they are the same person that they previously were?
Trust what you say. That's a serious do you use like some sense of free will as soon as you plug into that? I mean, you could say that you feel fine, but how would you know that you actually feel fine and it's not the computer telling you how you feel? Or is that
One 100%. I'm not here to discuss religion or politics, though. That generally doesn't go too well with random strangers on the internet. But I will discuss really science and technology till I fall asleep, essentially. With like spells and such. Certainly, the closest that I get, I say brachos or blessings when things happen throughout my day. When I awake, when I eat food, when I after I use the restroom, I just give thanks to Hashem, the name, essentially God, for everything that I'm able to experience. But that doesn't mean that another person can't get the same satisfaction through casting some kind of spell or thanking God in their own way. And it doesn't even have to be God. You can just be thankful to the universe for allowing you to live your life in the way that you do. I feel that I do. I feel that I do. Really, at the end of the day, everything is subjective. Everything is someone's opinion. No one really knows. You could ask the most Muslim imam or the most Christian Greek pastor or the most Jewish rabbi, and none of them truthfully know any more than anyone else. We all have to be somewhat agnostic in the end because no one knows anything. What I can tell you is that when I think of God and that which I give I'm that for which I'm grateful is really energy, the energy of the universe, the energy that allows us all to be together. That's the kind of spirituality that I get. And I think that really all people, all spiritual people, even secular people, can get on board with that. That energy is very powerful, and we all are appreciative of the energy that we've been given to be able to live our lives.
would trade for either Rabbi. What's the last thing you heard some top two in your voice?
I do have some people who do some things with AI, but like they'll make my voice with AI and have it do narration. But do you have something?
Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild, known on X as Rabbi's Man 3, is a self-described Orthodox Jewish rabbi who has gained attention for streaming his life 24/7 across multiple platforms, likening it to The Truman Show. He operates under the moniker Viral Rabbi and claims to hold a Guinness World Record for the longest continuous live stream, surpassing 444 days by October 2022, with the project ongoing as of the latest update. His stated goal is ambitious to promote world peace through this radical transparency, broadcasting every moment of his existence via YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Discord, and other platforms. Rothschild's setup is extensive. He uses approximately 33 devices to capture his life from multiple angles, aiming to be the most filmed person on the planet. His content spans over 1,000 hours on YouTube alone, with additional terabytes of unpublished video archived on hard drives. He asserts this makes him the creator with the most online content in history, a claim he ties to his vision of data as the ultimate commodity. His streams cover everything from mundane daily routines to discussions on topics like quantum computing, equal rights, stem cells, cryonics, ufology, and even stand-up comedy or musical performances, all free to access. He identifies as the first legally non-binary Orthodox rabbi in California and the first Jew to wear a black hat in a driver's license photo. His genetic background, verified by the National Geographic Society's Genographic Project in 2005, marks him as the MC1R Jew, a haplotype associated with red hair, and, he notes, a lower susceptibility to pain. Rothschild also positions himself as an LGBTQ plus advocate and a pro-420 figure, blending traditional religious identity with progressive and unconventional stances. His online presence is massive and chaotic. On YouTube, searching Viral RABY with a live filter reveals multiple simultaneous streams. He claims over 100 YouTube accounts, 1,000 plus TikTok profiles, and activity across 10 plus Discord servers. His X account reflects his current handle as of February 19, 2025, though he's also linked to at Best Rabbi Ever, where he's attempted the largest retweet in global history. Posts from ex-users note his persistent streaming for over 3 years by some counts, potentially 1,095 plus days by now, and his eccentric persona, often hyping followers with promises of wealth, e.g., share this and become a trillionaire. Rothschild's project began over 2 years ago with a notable milestone highlighted in a November 2022 Let's Go Brandon Green podcast, where he'd already hit 450 days. By October 2022, press releases on sites like Digital Journal and AB Newswire celebrated his 444-day record, framing it as the biggest event in global history. He's based in Irvine, California, streaming from 3,921 Claremont Street, and invites global participation, urging people to tell the Sanhedrin or join his whale Discord server. His rhetoric is grandiose. He calls himself king of the internet, MLKOTI, and envisions turning followers into trillionaires while ending war and money worries. Yet there's little independent verification of his record beyond his own claims, and scattered media echoes. Guinness doesn't publicly list him as of my last update, suggesting either an unverified or unofficial record. Critics of X have called him a grifter or delusional, while supporters marvel at his stamina and unfiltered life experiment. Practically, his streams are a logistical feat. 5 plus YouTube live streams, 6 plus Instagram feeds, all running July 24th, 365. He's evolved from an amateur to a self-taught social media expert, mastering platform mechanics and bands. His family's awareness of this project remains unclear. He's hinted their reactions could be interesting if they found out. Whether performance art, social experiment, or genuine mission, Rothschild's Truman Show-style life is a polarizing spectacle, raw, relentless,
I love it. Is that from Grok 3? Amazing. Sure. So, well, most of it's stored on Alphabet or Amazon or Meta servers, but in addition, I have like little SD cards from um, GoPros that I use, especially when I do IRL streaming. And I've got like a bag of them, so I probably have like I don't know hundreds of little SD cards. Then I additionally have like terabytes that I have of stored data that I used before I started live streaming. This all started with my golf swing, believe it or not. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've also had contracts with Fortune 500s. And during the pandemic, I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like after work. And so I would hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim. And I would make jokes, like, if I slice a ball or I hook a ball. And I thought some of the things I was saying were funny. And I thought, you know what, my future family might think this is funny just to see what their dear old dad was like before he met them and met their mom and was able to create a family. So I started uploading that data after work each night or after going to the driving range. But it took me too long to do all that uploading. It's just a lot of work to do that. So I recognized that it might be better for me to just start live streaming it. And I'd gotten very comfortable in front of the camera, especially because my job had gone remote and I was already on camera for like 8 hours a day. So I thought, you know what, if I just do it for another 16 hours, I'll be doing 24-hour spaces. And I started with GoPros, and I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed as far west as the Pacific Ocean, streamed as far east as the desert and the um, mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed at Disneyland. Basically, anywhere in Southern California, I have some kind of stream from there. And just then really recognized the value of data and thought, if I'm going to do this, I want to be able to share it with people. So I'll start up some YouTube accounts. And if I'm going to do it, I want to do it better than anybody ever. I don't want to just have one stream. I want to have every angle of my life. And so I started putting devices around my room. And here we are, 3.5 years later. And I would say to that Grok summary that while it's not, it's pretty well accurate. I can tell you that. That's quite interesting that it can do that. And yeah, everything that you heard in there is essentially true. I can say that. Do I hold the Guinness Book of World Record for live stream? They won't give that out because it's. I mean, from what I've been told, that it's too hard to verify that one person has done that. And there are also live streams out there that don't necessarily document a person's life, but they've had like perhaps like a live stream of the beach or NASA's live stream that's been going a long time. And the other aspect of that, and I'm not a huge fan of this, you have to pay $25,000 to get the Guinness World Record. So I know that when I have the ability and the money, I'll be able to get that. But all the other stuff, yeah, I've been live streaming since 2021, since the pandemic, and all the reasons why I say I really do. I think I'll be able to make you all trillionaires. And if you're like, well, trillionaires, that's a lot of money. Well, in the future, please know that like inflation's a thing. So perhaps like a generation or two ago, a millionaire was like today's billionaire, and today's billionaire is going to be like tomorrow's trillionaire. I mean, we're even approaching trillionaires at this point with Elon Musk. So, but I really do. I think with data, I'm sitting on the world's largest gold mine of data, and I'm going to be able to help everybody who's helped me along the way, including every single person in this stream. So thank you, Logan, for reading that. Excellent. World's smallest object? Very cute. Very cute. MC, do you ever do any comedy yourself? Do you have any to play for us? I understand. I would as well. And that's just me hearing my own voice. It's kind of freaky that it's able to do that. It's very cool. It's very accurate. It's gonna be freaky. What really? We're just on the very start of something really special with AI. I know that some, I think, Sam Altman has said that he will consider OpenAI to have achieved artificial general intelligence when it has $100 billion market cap. And I don't think that's the best way to really judge artificial general intelligence, but boy, we are close to that. And then we get into the really exciting things with artificial superintelligence, and the sky's the limit when it comes to that. That's where we get into neural networks, and we get into perhaps like things like Skynet, which can be scary certainly, but it's a brave new world, as they say. You're 100% right. Right, and it does things that are kind of scary when sometimes its developers try to shut it off. It refuses, or it'll turn itself back on. I mean, those are sentient behaviors, and kind of scary to know that something would do that. I'm in agreement with you, MC. And it's, I think it's important to have sandbox-like environments to be able to test it beforehand, um, because you can get into like runaway development. I know there's a theory, it's known as gray goo, where basically you have self-replicating AI bots that basically take over the world. And that's certainly something I think we all want to avoid. And so I think the best way to do that is probably through quality assurance and laboratory and sandbox testing. Because, you can't sometimes reverse some of the things that AI can do. And so you want to treat it with as much respect and responsibility as possible. That's absolutely true. I have to some extent. Oh, go ahead, MC, if you have one. Right. Um, Especially in the early days of AI, I mean, it was somewhat unimpressive at points because it would get really simple things wrong. I think it's probably a lot better now, but yeah, it was almost as if it can get something wrong in a small scale, how would this affect things in a much larger scale? The example that I was going to give, I create robots, or they're really just macros on computers that create accounts and do things for me. And for like 6 months, I just allowed this to take over these accounts to take over Kick, the streaming platform, to the point where everybody knew about me on there, and the owner of it became my friend in Discord and such. But I would just forget that I had it going. I mean, it was just something that was going in the background, and yet it was essentially torturing a bunch of live streamers. And I've done the same on Twitch. Basically, I've created just like you can get auto clickers and just auto clickers that clip people's streams. And if you forget that it's going, you're not necessarily aware of it, but boy, on the other end, are they aware of it because they're getting notifications and um, uh, they're getting emails about this, and it's sometimes pinging them in the middle of their stream. So it's certainly important to be aware of what you're doing and to somewhat babysit it, because uh, go if you ever let it go unobserved, it can certainly do a lot of damage. Well, I have 10,000 on Kick. The thing that makes it um, basically more difficult on Twitter are the captchas, and the captchas have gotten increasingly harder in the past couple of years. So when I have to do captchas, it's a lot of work. I mean, doing 2,000 manual accounts is a lot. I can tell you that there are um, extensions that you can get that will do like Google's captchas, but there aren't solvers for Arcos challenges yet, which is what Twitter uses. So you have to do those all manually. So to do 2,100 manual ones, that's a lot to do. It took me like 6 months, but um, I could tell you that I could have probably done 10,000, easily done 10,000 if um, it had a system like Kick, and I did create over 10,000 on Kick alone. Exactly, and it gets worse and worse the more they suspect you. So initially, they might ask you to do one, and then if they really suspected you, that you'll have to do 20, and it'll take 30 minutes to do 20 captures sometimes, and they're really complicated. So the way that I got around that, which is kind of just a simple way, I have some simpler tablets that have old Twitter apps on them, and while they still make you do captchas, you only have to do like 1 to 3 instead of like 20 that you have to do if you're using a computer. And so it's just a lot easier to do that, because when you're having to do 20 different captchas for one account, you basically give up. Even just normal people who are trying to get into their account sometimes have to do 20, and they just almost give up on the entire social media platform because it's so difficult to do so many. I'm sure people in here have been just using their account normally, and all of a sudden they have to start doing these Arcos challenges, and it's like, oh, why do I have to do this? Or it locks you out of your account for one reason or another. Well, when you have to do that for 2,000 accounts, it can be overwhelming. Why do? In the future, I think that it will be of benefit for mankind or humankind to be able to view all of this. I pers- Oh, well, that was a great way for people to find out about me on Twitter. So basically, I would just create an account, have it follow 400 people, and then basically people would see it and either complain or come to my YouTube. At the time, I didn't have a Discord, so I wasn't able to push them there. But it was really a fascinating social study for me that the people on the left of the aisle, like more liberal people, thought I was a conservative doing it. The people on the right of the aisle, who were more conservative, thought I was a liberal doing it. In reality, I was apolitical. It had nothing to do with any political movements. It really just had to do about self promotion. There's certainly the potential of that. And, I wouldn't do all of the self promotion that I do if they would have just let me keep my original account. People get frustrated, and they end up like maybe following too many people in a given amount of time, and they get locked out of their account, or they can get their account suspended for being inauthentic, and then they give up. Well, I'm someone who just didn't give up, and basically once they banned my account for whatever reason, it wasn't necessarily spam. It was perhaps I was following people too quickly or whatever. Then I just felt like, you know what, if you won't, and I went through the necessary channels. I went through the appeal process, and basically it's this faceless, artificial system that they have set up, and you're not able to promote anymore. You're not able to let anybody know about your project anymore. When normally you would be able to use your Twitter account to be able to do that, they banned that. So then you take things into your own hands, and you just start creating mass amounts of accounts to let people know about it. Is it ideal? No, but essentially desperate times call for desperate measures in that regard. Well, I did that in the beginning. I mean, I only had one account. It had over 10,000 followers, and it got banned for whatever reason. You tell me, I don't know why. And then I created another account that had over 3,000 followers. That's how I met you. And these were quality accounts. We'd have quality discussions. I wouldn't spam. That got banned for whatever reason. You tell me. So once they start doing that to you, then you go from quality to quantity. But I'm in agreement with you. Quality content, quality accounts are the way to go. But it's just um, you are powerless against some of the corporatocracy or the technocracy, because at any given point they can just suspend your account without reason, and you can't do anything about it. So in order to protect myself against that, I've created many alternative accounts, and I even have accounts on which I stream that aren't connected to me in any way. But basically, like if they took down everything Rabbi Rothschild related, I would still have my streams out there, basically backed up on their servers. I really feel that this project is that important. And some people may not find it that important. They just may see it to be somewhat mundane and the nuances of life. But we would find, if somebody had found a treasure trove of pictures from 100 years ago, we would think that those were interesting and people would have studied them. Or video from 50 years ago, people would have studied that. So with the more time that passes, the more interesting I feel the stream becomes. Absolutely. Yeah, they banned that account, but I still want to. I mean, anybody who hears this, I'm recorded right now when I say this, I'm proudly recorded. I want to make all of you rich. And that's not why I do this, but I want you to be able to be comfortable. That's what I want. I don't want you to ever have to worry about money ever again. I want you to be able to help your friends and your family and have generational wealth, which I know not everybody here has. And whether that means I'm able to just give it to you, or whether it means I'm able to help you with your projects, whatever they may be, to make you a rich person, that's what I want to do. At the end of the day, money has really no value. I want to make sure you're comfortable. I don't want you to have worries anymore. And yes, Logan, if I had access to that account, you would still be on the future billionaires or future trillionaires. I stand by that. I want to make everybody in here wealthier than they've ever been, but not because I want it to be a certain number in their bank account. I just want it so they don't have to have the worries that they once did of life. And I know with the value that I can give to people, perhaps in the future, you'll be able to afford life extension technology. You'll be able to afford mind uploading technology. And one thing we haven't talked about, but I'm a major advocate of, is revivification technology. People who were once dead. Every single person in here has someone who they've lost and they're dead. And you may say that they're gone forever. But there's a type of technology known as revivification technology where they might not be gone forever. And if you're thinking, okay, well, how's this work? Essentially, there are a few different ways to do it, but probably the easiest is if you had their DNA of any kind, something they had just a little DNA on some type of clothing that you had or an antique or something, you could take that DNA and essentially create a clone of them. Now, that clone wouldn't have their memories and it wouldn't have their personality. But if you had a picture of them, what we'll be able to do in the future is to remove the different layers of the picture, essentially their epidermal layer, their skin layer, their muscular layer, their cranial cavity, and we'll be able to remap their brain, especially using AI, and know where every memory was in their brain, knowing where every atom is within that picture, and we might be able to reproduce their personality into them and essentially it'll bring them back to life. Now, this sounds like science fiction. I certainly understand that. And it may be for the next 100 years. But just know in the future, there may be a possibility or a way to get people who you've once lost back. When I tell people that, it gives them hope. And if I can give some hope to people who have lost a parent or they were an orphan or something like that, then I see it as a betterment of society. With enough time, this type of technology will become a reality, all of it. Life extension technology is already a reality, and people don't realize it. But if you took vitamins today, or if you know someone with a pacemaker, or you know someone with an artificial limb, all of that is arguably life extension technology. So when I talk about stem cells and human growth hormone and nootropics and ambrosia therapy, these types of things are going to be perhaps within the next decade much more cheap, much more available to the common person. And then maybe 20 or 30 or 40 years from now, the first patients will start with mind uploading technology. And most people in here are going to be of an age where that becomes a type of technology that they may be able to take advantage of. And if so, I want to be able to finance it. So you're absolutely right, Logan. I want to make you a rich person. I want to make it so that Logan can just do Twitter spaces all day long, never has to worry about any kind of money. He's able to live on the beach if he wants, or in the mountains if he wants, or wherever he wants. He's able to provide for his family, his friends, all of you. That's what I would want Logan to say if Logan had done this project and had all this data. I would want him to be saying the same thing to me, to make all of our dreams come true. Excellent. Well, not all of us are, and for those of us who perhaps aren't, I want to make sure that we all can achieve that. And, with that, it's something that today may be a dream, but I'm telling you, it's a lot closer than it was a year ago, or even 2 years ago, or especially 2 years ago. And I just want you all to know that while this may seem like a far-fetched idea, eventually someone is going to live stream their entire life. Somebody's going to do it. We already have influencers who spend 20 hours of their lives online. So why can't I be the first person who does their whole life? Yes, you do. In fact, I've actually looked at this. You have a unique opportunity because you have an Android device, correct? Well, do you have an Android device, Logan? Okay, a few of them, yes. So you're actually able to do Twitter Spaces longer than 24 hours. For those of us with iOS devices, generally 24 hours is the maximum amount of time, and with some Android devices. So I've actually looked through some of your Twitter spaces. I mean, you go for 40 hours sometimes. I know you went a few years ago, like you had a record of like 52 hours at some point. That's a lot of data on yourself. No, what is it? What's your latest record? That's phenomenal. That's a ton of data on yourself. And, um, in the future, people will be able to create avatars of you and make it look like you are speaking like on a video. And you basically create. Logan, you should just do video spaces. People would love that. And you'd really, I think, expand the network that you have. You're already comfortable at being on Twitter spaces for 117 hours, a huge amount of time. So why not just, I mean, you can only do it currently with an iOS device, but just do video spaces. You'll be probably one of the fastest known most well known Twitter hosts, not just on um, the audio side, but then you'll be like a personality. Unless you're not comfortable with being on camera, but I'm sure you could figure it out so that you could just create an, an avatar or profile picture of yourself that moves. Yeah, I've just referenced them as avatars. Certainly. But yeah, I mean, you're. I don't know a single person who does longer Twitter Spaces than you do, and you've been able to double the record that I even knew you had, and you have the equipment. I mean, you're you're basically the perfect individual to do it, and then you can start getting into if it's of interest to you when you get into impressions and you get into getting paid by X. And it's just a thought. How many do I get? Not a lot, but I can tell you, I'm sure you get a lot more. And with video spaces, especially on the topics that you have, and you're just a phenomenal. I'm sure you get more than the average person, but I understand that. But I mean, really, if you had your camera on, a lot of people would know who you are because you have such big spaces. And not only that, you're an amazing interviewer. And so, like I've said, like there's not a. I'm really thinking like maybe a handful, maybe a couple here or there spaces have I gone back and listened to people, and you are the far majority of them because I think you do an excellent job with the guests that you have, and you have such interesting guests that I'm sure people would be in. I think you, yes, you do. I mean, you do them more than a lot of people, and you do them with big name people. I think what you've done, Richard Doty and who's that? Hagman? His name's escaping me right now. Is it Richard Hagman? Something like that. Hoagland, yeah. Oh, you've never talked. Okay, that perhaps could have been someone else at some point, but absolutely. And if you're comfortable with that, I don't want to pressure you to do anything that you don't want to do. It's just if you wanted to take this from being like chill space with all your friends, which it currently is, to being like a Twitter show, that's what you would do, I would say. But I understand not wanting to do that. That puts more pressure on it, and then there's kind of unnecessary politics that you have to get into with that, which I totally understand. What you have here is one of the best environments just for free thinking that there is. When I got back on Twitter, there were like three people whose names that I remembered that I didn't even have to like type in the search. I knew Full Stack Logan was one of them, and I saw that you had messaged me. In fact, I have the message that I was going to send you that I'm going to just read. I'm not going to send it. I did send it to you, but my account got banned. So here's what I would have. Okay, you got it. Okay, perfect. Excellent. And I even went back and copied it because I thought, you know what, if he doesn't get a chance to see it, I want him to know how much I appreciate him and I appreciate what he does because I just think you're a really special person. And so I'm glad that you got it. No, that's fine. No, I understand. And my account got banned. So don't worry about that at all. And I get that. And like, I am someone who finds the loopholes in certain aspects of social media platforms. And I don't exactly know why I got that account banned in particular. But I can tell you, like, something that I did that was, I'm sure was against the terms of X, but it didn't say that it was against the terms of X. Is I just started creating accounts or not accounts, but events in the future. So like, you know how you can create an event, like a scheduled event, a scheduled space, and it will, like, you can do it up to 1 month in advance. And so I was just creating a bunch of those with keywords, and I think that they didn't like that. That was considered platform manipulation. But if there's a loophole, I'm pretty good at finding them. But I'm glad that you were able to see that, and you just know if you're listening to Logan, you're in one of the best spaces that really, in my opinion, probably the best space that we have on Twitter Spaces. He's always very open to people. It's always an interesting topic that he's got going on. So you're amongst good people, I feel. Absolutely. Well, to those of you who can hear me now, I'm gonna log off at least this Twitter space for some time. I've got to use the restroom and get some food and things. But I want you all to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Logan, thank you for the opportunity to speak. If you want to follow my 24-hour spaces, just type Truman Show in Twitter Spaces search and I show up. I'm also at X Truman Show, so XTRUMANSHOW. That's the main account that I'm using there. I'm not following anybody on that account because I don't want to get banned. I'm trying to keep that account pristine, but I'll follow you with my other accounts. And just know how much I appreciate the ability to be here, how much I care about all the individuals in the space. I know that you're all like-minded individuals. If anybody out there, most of anything that I've ever said in here, if you need someone positive in your life, if you need an optimistic view or you need hope, I'm always here for you. I'm always here to listen to you. I'm here to listen to your challenges, and just know, just have have it in the back of your mind that there's someone out there who cares about you. And I'm not the only one. I talk to people every day who care about people in society. So with that, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Logan. I'll do my best not to be a stranger, and thank you everyone for listening to what I had to say and for taking this seriously. Thank you. Thank you so much, Taylor. I will, God willing. Thank you. What a nice person. Oh, I miss Logan. He's wonderful. Sucks.
because I like it. Yeah. Ask where the